There it is. Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm calling to order the City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 13th. City Clerk, would you establish quorum, please?
Here. Here.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Here.
Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
Mayor Meadows.
Here. All right. We're all present and accounted for. And this evening, on the evening before Flag Day, the pledge will be led by our Vice Mayor, who is a Flag Day baby. Tomorrow is his birthday. So we're not going to sing, but we are going to do the pledge.
Thank you, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. So we had no closed session this evening, so there is nothing to report out. I'm going to now ask my colleagues if they have any changes to the order of the agenda, not referring to the consent calendar, of course. Any changes to the order of the agenda? I'm not seeing any. So with that, we're going to move on to the public comments on items not on the agenda. So if you are here to speak to agenda items, this is not your time. This is if somebody has something to speak to, and I don't have any cards, so I'm sensing we have no speakers in chambers for items not on the agenda. City Clerk, do you see any online?
Teresa Morris.
Okay, let's do 3 minutes. She seems to still be muted.
Mute. Okay, I think I've unmuted now.
Yeah.
Are we there? Okay, great. I have 4 comments that I'd like to make very briefly. I wanted to comment about large agenda items and how they are detrimental to public speaking, in that there isn't enough time. Often if it's a controversial topic, there will never be enough time to cover all the agenda items. So that's point 1. Point 2, we missed a crucial and golden opportunity to purchase land at Distal and the lot next to it to create a park. If we had purchased that land, we would by now have a 3/4 acre park. That's a good use of park and lieu fee, in my opinion. 3, and I should say, I am on the Park Rec and Art and Culture Commission, but I'm not speaking as a commissioner tonight. The other is I'm opposed to reduced time for agenda being published. Some people need extra time to read agendas. For example, people with English as second language, people who have dyslexia, people with brain injuries, people who have comprehension challenges, people with ADHD. I feel it's unfair and very homogeneous approach. 4, tree canopy. I was prompted by an article written to the editor of the San Francisco Chronicle, I think, that somebody had said, was commenting about tree canopies. I agree with the author of the letter. Essentially, it was, we need our tree canopies. And I was thinking about it. That's one of the things Los Altos can contribute to the planet, is that we have a lot of trees in our city. Maintaining those trees, ensuring the health of those trees can all help to keep the planet cooler. Thanks so much for the time to talk.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. So City Clerk, I didn't see anybody else. No, no speakers, no other speakers on public comments not on the agenda. So unless any speakers walked in? No? Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent calendar. I will ask if any of the public want to comment on the consent calendar before I move to my colleagues. I'm not noticing, there is one hand raised online. 2 minutes for the consent calendar.
Silja Palmer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, my name is Celia Pamer. I'm a resident of Mountain View, but I work at Los Altos High School and I bike each day. And I'm really excited about the opportunity for improved bike infrastructure along the San Antonio corridor. Often I use that route after school to get to places I need to go, especially the San Antonio train station. Yeah.
Okay, I see, yeah, it's in the, I'm sorry, please excuse the interruption.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's item 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to speak in support of item 2. Really excited for the opportunity, especially since we've been looking at some bike routes in the area, and Los Altos downtown is the only downtown like not on the train line. So this is a corridor that could bring people from the train line to downtown Los Altos, especially also the higher density housing in the San Antonio area, with all those new hopeful customers and residents coming to visit downtown Los Altos. It'll be much cheaper to build a bike lane than to build a parking garage. So I think this is really a bargain opportunity to improve access to downtown Los Altos and really help it continue to thrive. So I really want to speak in support of that and hope that it gets passed along with the rest of the consent calendar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pamer, and apologies again for my interruption.
Teresa Morris.
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Item number 3, I've said this before, I'll say it again. By holding up the parking lot, I believe we're opening the city up to lawsuits under the housing situation that we have, and especially now that our housing element hasn't passed. So I would just recommend that you consider that, and it would be tragic if we had a lawsuit because of tying up our parking lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Scott Spielman.
Hi, I thank you for the opportunity to share a thought or two. I wanted to talk to you about San Antonio and the bike lanes. I, for one, am a proponent of people using bikes, so I think overall that's a good idea and well conceived. However, the cost of investing $2 million almost on this San Antonio improvement has with it opportunity costs. Other things can't get done, given that we only have $45 to $50 million in our yearly budget. How are we going to prioritize other things that need to be done, such as the Grant Park Senior Center that has been neglected for, 5, 6 years, not having a kitchen that's functional there, the aging infrastructure, our buildings, our police officer, a police center. We have priorities, and so if we're going to spend $2 million, I think council owes it to, and staff owes it to the residents to produce a budget of priorities. What are our top financial priorities? How much will they cost? What would the opportunity cost of building these bike lanes be if we invested almost $2 million in them? What other things couldn't get done? And beyond that, I think the study of how many people would use the bike lanes, and the safety, which has some concerns given that it's a fire lane. Additional study and research needs to be invested in order to really do diligence to this important decision. So thank you for the time for you to consider my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Spielman. That seems to be all. So we're wrapping up public comments on the consent calendar. So now I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if anyone wants to discuss pulling something or, okay, Councilmember Liang.
I would like to pull agenda item 2, 3, and 5.
2, 3, and 5. And does anyone else want to throw anything in the mix? All right, so 2, 3, and 5. So we will put those after, by the way, public, this is a record. We're going to have, well, I don't know if it's a record, but it feels like it's a record. We're going to have 4 public hearings tonight. So we will take items number 2, 3, and 5 after the public hearing, where there would be discussion items if we were having any. And now we are, so 2, 3, and 5. Okay, so we have 1, 4, and 6. Would anyone care to make a motion, or do we have any questions on those?
I would so move 1, 4, and 6.
Second.
Councilmember Daly? Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Councilmember Flacker?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. So, with that, we're going to begin our public hearing marathon with item number 7. And this is everyone's favorite item, the public hearing about the sanitary sewer rate. So I'm not sure if we have a staff presentation here.
Good evening, Mayor Meadows and members of the City Council. I am Aida Furman, the Director of the Environmental Services and Utilities Department. Tonight, I have a brief presentation for you regarding the public hearing for the sewer rates. Some background information and summary of the Proposition 218 process that staff has taken to date and moving forward. I'll go through those items in this slide. On February 28 of 2023, the City Council approved the sewer rate study report and directed staff to move forward with Proposition 218 notice process. On April 7th, MBS, our consultant, sent the notice of public hearing to all customers and property owners. This met the minimum of 45 days before tonight's public hearing. On May 9th, the City Council adopted a resolution for the guidelines of the submission and tabulation of protests that will be performed tonight. And that brings us to tonight's public hearing on June 13th. If no majority protest results from tonight's tabulation of the protests, then on June 27th, the Council will adopt the ordinance and approve resolution for the annual levy report and assessment roll. Again, if no majority protest results from tonight's tabulation of the protests, then the new rates go into effect on July 1st of 2023. The staff recommendation for tonight is conduct the public hearing, consider any written protests received, introduce and waive further reading of ordinance number 2023-XXX, sanitary sewer rates, and find that the approval of the ordinance is exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3 and 15273, and none of the circumstances in section 15300.2 applies. Tonight's process, Mayor Meadows will open the public hearing. After that's completed, our mayor will close the public hearing. Then the City Council proceeds to the next item in the meeting agenda, while our city clerk counts the protests received. Our city clerk notifies the mayor when she finishes counting the protests, so council can go back to this item and make a motion. This concludes my presentation, and Jordan Taylor from MBS and myself were here for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fairman. So I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if we have any questions for Ms. Fairman. No. Okay, Councilmember Liang.
So we received an email regarding the same sewer rates that Los Altos Hills as well as the county members will be paying and will be following similar to what our residents. And I think I was unclear because I just wanted to understand, because we have an agreement, will theirs take effect as well on July 1st? Will their change of rates take effect similar to ours?
For the town of Los Altos Hills, there's an agreement between the city of Los Altos and the town of Los Altos Hills where they pay for their connections that they are not direct connections, but eventually they flow into our system. So it's based on that agreement.
And then when is that agreement due? Do we review it? Do we look at how the rates will change and will?
So the methodology used for the city is based on the MBS study report, but the agreement with Los Altos Hills dictates how they're charged.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it goes through detail on how that's done. Mm-hmm.
So then the county is also considered the same thing too, correct?
Yeah. So on unincorporated county that discharges into our system uses a methodology that MBS's report shows, as well as the direct connections from Los Altos Hills. So all the direct connections follow the methodology from the MBS report. Mm-hmm.
Okay, just needed to better understand that.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Okay, if that's all the questions from my colleagues, then we will go ahead.
Oh, wait, one more question, I'm sorry.
All right.
So I think it was answered, but it's in our FAQ, but I keep having people ask. And I just want to make sure that where the monies for the reserves are going to be held, it's only for sewer purposes and cannot be touched or transferred to other projects.
That's correct.
I just want to reaffirm that and make people aware and make them feel comfortable that that's what will happen.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's considered an enterprise fund.
Microphone.
It's an enterprise fund, so we can't use it for other purposes.
Okay, so if my colleagues are done with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I will let members of the public know that I'm going to close it after we take all public comment. And between now and when we close it is the last moments that our city clerk will accept any letters regarding the sewer rates. Regarding requests to speak, I have 3 speaker cards here in chambers. And so if anyone else in chambers wants to speak, they need to get me a yellow card. And for those online, you could go ahead and raise your hand just so we get an idea of who's waiting to speak online. So in chambers, we're going to start with Cliff Drowley, followed by Thomas Chapman, and then Alice Shu. So Mr. Drowley. And we're going to give 3 minutes. I'm not sure if everyone can hear you. That's good. That'll help. I think so.
Turn it on. Okay.
There we go.
There you
Okay,
go.
thank you.
Okay, I'll repeat myself. Thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening. I sent you all a kind of wonky email public comment yesterday, and I just wanted to reiterate some of the points in there. I really doubt that the Proposition 218 threshold would be met tonight and overheld, but my position is that you should really consider the rates and the timing, and maybe redirect city staff to do some additional work to give a better foundation for a future plan. There were 4 points in the email. The first was there's a doubling of the labor costs over the 2018 projections, which don't seem to be justified anywhere, and are counter, these are in table 1, which is the foundation table for the rates. Table 15, which is the foundation for the labor costs, does not agree with that, but does agree with the published head count that the city has. So my question is this an error or not? And if it is not, how do we justify an additional $1.2 million in overhead costs for 6 direct workers? Okay, point 2. One of the big reasons for the jump is the capital expenditures, notably the Adobe Creek project. I do believe Adobe Creek looks necessary, but I don't think a risk study has been done of what the risk would be of moving that 1 year, because that has a big impact on the actual rate increase that has to be done to sustain the spending. That project is being done over a large number of years, and risks, for example, of leakage to the creek are still going to be there after 6 years. So the question to the council and to staff is whether that can be moved by 1 year, which I think has a significant impact on the rates. These were not considered in the NBS report. There was no what-if scenario planning. And finally, and this is just a general comment on the future projections in the NBS report, the city's master plan is 10 years outdated, and the current sewer maintenance plan is 6 years old. It's hard to believe that the projections into 2023 are realistic.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. You've reached the end of your time.
Thank you.
And we did read your letter. Thank you
Okay,
very much
thank you.
for sending it. Okay, next speaker, Thomas Chapman, who will be followed by Alice Shu.
Hi, guys. Thank you. I just finished a run. Sorry about that, but I ran over here to. I just wanted to voice my opposition to the rates on the sewer, the proposed sewer rates. I know it's most likely going to pass anyway, but I just wanted to suggest maybe for future items like this, maybe reducing the friction that people will have to oppose it, because it seemed like there was a high friction barrier that people had to write a letter, print it out, then mail it and do this stuff. And so it might not be indicative of the actual number that are opposing it that are represented in the letters, but just people didn't have the ability or the time or anything to go through the process that was needed to oppose it. So maybe for future ones, having like a one-time use code that goes on the letter that people can log in, put in that one-time use code to verify that they are the property owner, and then go in and log in and say, yes, they approve it, or no, they oppose it, to get a more accurate representation of the people that would oppose it. So that's basically it. So cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Ms. Shu?
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Alice Shu. Basically, I have 3 points. We would appreciate a better projection and budgeting for the future. The second thing is, once we reach the desired reserve, what are we going to do? Are we going to lower the rate or put the rate on hold or whatever? And the third point is, I forgot to put it down on my letter, and that is, I don't know if we can give a break to those retirees, just like the local school bond. I don't know if it's fair to have a different rate or something. People who is making 6 figures may not feel the impact on this drastic double increase in 5 years. But people who are drawing a fixed income from their IRA for retirement might have a negative impact on some of their other budgeting plans. So I'd just like to bring this to the attention of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shu. That is all the speaker cards I have. So I don't see any other public speakers in chambers. And City Clerk, there's nobody online. Okay, so if any of you have, City Attorney, go ahead.
How do you use this? Do you speak? Oh, okay. It doesn't have a microphone, so I'm not used to it. I just want to comment for the public about the different rate for maybe fixed income or seniors, and that does come up a lot. And the way that Prop 218 works is one class of users can't subsidize another class of users. So if we would have to take money out of the general fund to subsidize senior rates or fixed income rates. And so if we tried to do it otherwise and charge some people more to subsidize the seniors or the fixed income, that would violate 218. So that's just how it works. And we would definitely have to use general fund, correct, Gabe? Yes. Anyway, I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you, City Attorney. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. All right.
Mayor, one hand just shut up on Zoom.
All right. I will temporarily reopen the public hearing for this one hand.
Scott Spielman.
This will be very brief. Two thoughts about the sewer rate increase. Number one, the way the public was informed left many residents that I talked to not understanding that this was coming. So the letters that they received weren't clear to them. So future ways to inform the public, I think, need to be more clear. The second thing is the doubling of the sewer rates seems to be excessive. We've done this once before with our garbage rates. We doubled them in 5 years, and I think history is repeating itself. I would think that we could plan out rate increases so that we aren't going to double our utility rates, our sewer rates by 100% in 5 years in the future. Thanks for giving me a chance to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Spielman. So we are closing the public hearing. So what that means then is the city clerk is going to go count. Well, I guess you're going to do it right there. All right, she's going to count. And while she's counting, we're going to move on to, well, we will have our discussion when we come back.
Okay. But normally we can ask questions when someone asks a question, and I just wanted
All right, well,
quick question,
that's fine.
if that's okay.
You're asking us or
I'll
staff?
ask the staff.
Yeah,
I'll
okay, go right ahead.
Because Mr. Drawley did raise a point. If maybe sometimes the numbers may have been, could we have that rechecked? Because I know in one city, one of the council members asked that the numbers get revisited, and then it did show up that there was a duplication of something, and then the rate was reduced. How do we be sure that we can have a review of the calculations, making sure that everything we stated is accurate?
Our consultant MBS has done their internal review as well as the city staff, and they have done the QA/QC of their study report they prepared.
So our city staff reviewed the numbers and calculations.
As
I just
well.
want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm also going to ask if members of the public have any conversations that they please take them outside. We've finished public comment, so now we're going to move on to item 8 to come back to item 7 when the counting is done. It's a little bit of a different kind of meeting flow, but we need the city clerk to be able to count the letters. On number 8. We actually, let's ask the city attorney. Go ahead, Councilmember Flagger. Why don't you ask your question?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious, City Attorney, do we need to do ex parte disclosures for this public hearing?
For the sewer rates?
Yes.
If you have had ex parte and you would like to disclose it, if you've received information that's not otherwise in the FAQs and stuff.
And I have no such disclosures. I just know it's part of the process. I wanted to make sure if anybody had.
So actually, for each public hearing, since we're doing 4 of them tonight, we'll do that. When we're council discussion on item number 7, we'll have when we bring it back, which will happen after the counting. And if there are ex parte at that time, we'll do that. And definitely keep me in line because this is a little bit herky-jerky compared to usual, and I may get a little off kilter. So we're going to move to item number 8, and this is to introduce and set for public hearing the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, fondly known as the IPMC. And so, do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Let me get this to full screen. All right. So this evening we are picking up where we left off at the last City Council meeting when this item was continued to a date certain for this evening's council meeting, which is the adoption of the Property Maintenance Code. The purpose of this is to incorporate the IPMC standards into the Los Altos Municipal Code. History is the City of Los Altos has never established in our own municipal code the specific regulations for property maintenance standards. And most recently, last year, the legislature signed into law AB 838, which became effective July 1 of 2022. And this is going to be something that will help our code enforcement division here at the city. Also, the council knows most recently as code enforcement transferred responsibilities and duties from the police department in November of 22 to the Development Services Department, which is more in line with industry standards and what other organizations in the Bay Area do for code enforcement. To briefly just go over and summarize the legislative action that happened at the state level is AB 838 requires cities now to be the investigative body for complaints of substandard building conditions. This is something that was an amendment to the Health and Safety Code 17970.5. And I'm going to quickly go over the bullet points of what this actually requires a jurisdiction to do. We are required when we receive a complaint to send out an inspector once a complaint has been received. We are then required to notify the property owner of any found violations, and this also requires us to create and document a formal report and provide that to the property owner as well as the tenant. And this is something that the city will provide in writing of how to bring any violation into compliance, as well as we will conduct the inspection, obviously before to just do the discovery, but then also after to actually make sure that there has been remedial action taken. Some of the kind of like high level substandard conditions, which is most frequently what is seen, which is what actually triggered the legislature to take action, is the presence of pests or rodents. So this would be more of an infestation, not something that, oh, there's just some ants. Obviously, that's a little bit of a lower hanging fruit. This would be something that there's actually varmin or a vector actual issue where the city needs to be able to have enforcement action. Lack of heat. Heat is one of the requirements. A lot of times folks will say, oh, it's so hot in my house. Well, AC is actually not considered a requirement under Health and Safety Code, but heat is. Lack of access to safe drinking water. So if for some reason something's going on with the clean drinking water, piping or anything like that, that would then trigger us. Structural problems where if there's an actual failure to something of the existing structure. Obviously fire hazards and insufficient exits. So some of this also ties into hoarder situations essentially, which is very commonly where the nexus is found in the building code to actually trigger enforcement action. So the International Property Maintenance Code, or the IPMC, this is a model code essentially that regulates the minimum maintenance requirements for existing buildings. The key kind of part of that sentence is existing buildings. So obviously we have a lot more enforcement capability when it's a new or proposed structure, but when it's existing, that's then when you need to have the establishment of some type of mechanism to have enforcement action. The IPMC does establish the minimum maintenance standards for basic equipment, light, ventilation, heating, sanitation, and fire safety. So this evening, the recommendation is to introduce and set for public hearing on June 13th, 2023, which is tonight, the adoption by reference and of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code with certain local amendments, and that this item is exempt from CEQA. So there is a little bit of a mistype since this is carryover from the last council meeting. So this would be introduced and set for public hearing on June 27th. I will just make a mention is that this is a little bit different because we're adopting a code by reference. So it does require us to establish and set for future public hearing the adoption of that action item. So with that, the staff is available for any questions that you may have regarding this item.
Thank you, Director Zorns. Do any of my colleagues have questions? No? Okay, Councilmember Liang.
So for this item, it said that we could make amendments, perhaps like if we wanted to change the window of appeal to 14 days versus 7 days, we would do it today, or do I wait till the time when it comes back? Or do we discuss it today?
The council can make that as a part of their discussion and include that in a friendly amendment to the ordinance as prepared.
Okay. So I feel that because many of these property owners.
Is that discussion?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do you have other questions?
No, that was my question.
And we'll discuss it in a minute then.
Okay.
A couple of minutes, okay. Any other, no questions? All right, so we are going to see if we have any public comment on item number 8. I don't have any speaker cards for this. And City Clerk, let's see, anything on Zoom? I do see a hand, yes.
Madam Mayor, this is Assistant City Manager Magino. While the city clerk is tabulating, I will fill in for her. So our first speaker is.
Yeah, thank you.
We do have one hand, Teresa Morris. And how long would you like to give?
Let's do 3 minutes, but they don't need to take all 3.
Hi, I'm sorry. I think I just raised my hand for the wrong item. So I apologize for this. I want to raise my hand for the park and lieu, not for this.
Okay.
I'll see you later. Okay,
All
bye.
right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. All right, so I think we have no public speakers, so I will close public comment and bring it back to my colleagues for discussion. Councilmember Liang, did you want to start?
Yes. I did want to amend the language to extend the appeal window to 14 days. Some of these properties that are either owned by corporations, LLCs, people from out of the country, and by the time they get noticed or get informed, I don't think the 7-day is sufficient. So I really feel that we should extend it to a 14-day appeal window. And I think it would be consistent to some of our other ordinances that we have. So that is my request. And so.
And can you tell us where we find that? What page of the?
107.1.
107.1, thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor, do you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'm the one who made put the question in the questions to staff. It doesn't make intuitive sense to me that we would have a different appellate time for a discretionary action as opposed to ministerial action. And just in general, I think it makes all the sense in the world to have appeal times the same, just to make sure that there's no confusion. And 14 days certainly seems appropriate. So unless staff has a concern about extending the 7-day window to 14 days, I think that 107.1 should be changed from a 7-day appellate window to a 14-day.
Staff does not have an objection to that.
I have a comment. All right, Councilmember Daley?
I do understand the rationale for having equivalent periods for appeal, but what we are doing is essentially potentially causing a renter to live in an unsafe situation for one more week. So that weighs heavily on my mind as I consider your amendment request.
Good point. Councilmember Flagger?
I support it. The changing it to 14 days, and I appreciate Councilmember Daly's comment, but I think for this item, I'm more in line with the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Liang's position.
Okay, does anyone have any other items to discuss on this, other than the point we've been talking about? All right, could I have a motion? I think, yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Let's see if I can do this right. So, I move that the City Council, my notes here, that we introduce and set for hearing on June 27th an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending Title 12 of the Municipal Code by adding Chapter 12.72 to adopt by reference the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code published by the International Code Council, and that we find this is categorically exempt from CEQA.
And do we have a second?
Wait, yeah, what
Oh,
you're gonna say, the
right,
amendment,
With the amendment.
As discussed. Okay.
As discussed.
From 7 days to 14 days, and I'll be glad to second.
Okay.
Councilmember Daly,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. So that actually completes item number 8, and the city clerk has finished counting, correct? So we're going to resume item number 7, and city clerk, you'll report out, I think, before we begin our discussion. So would you care to tell us the results of your tally?
There are 337 letters.
So council and public.
I think we need a microphone. Or wait, or yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Per the resolution that the council adopted for the Prop 218 guidelines, what we will do tonight is under Section 11, it's tabulation of the protests. So we did the public hearing, and then we received the report from the city council, which you've already done. And it states here that if the number of protests received is insufficient to constitute a majority protest, the city clerk may determine in the absence of a majority protest without validating the protests received, but may instead deem them all valid without further examinations. So what we have tonight is the number of protests is clearly insufficient for the 50 plus 1%, because we would have needed
over
6,029 protest letters.
So it can be, you can declare that it's there's been no protest, majority
Right,
protest.
I will declare there's been no majority protest received.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will bring it back to council for the action and discussion. And if anyone had ex parte disclosure of that. Does any of my colleagues have disclosure?
Well, I would like to disclose that community members approach me. I've spoken to former council members of other cities, so I'd like to disclose that ex parte communications.
I have done. Councilmember Flagger already. Anybody else? Nope. Yeah.
I don't know if this is really an ex parte disclosure, but Councilmember Daly and I accompanied city staff, Director Fairman and Director Zorns, on a tour of the wastewater management facility, and I can certainly say that the report that we have, what I personally saw on that tour certainly seems to be justified or justifies the reports that we got from our consultants.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Daley.
I would just add that we didn't receive information that wasn't available to the public per se, but what we were able to see with our own eyes are probably things that the public themselves, can't fully understand without having the same experience seeing them with their own eyes. So in that sense, I suppose it might be interpreted that we learned something that the public doesn't necessarily know on that tour.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Flegger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say I also had conversations with several community members, but everything that I discussed is in the public record, either prior to today or based on today's discussions. Thanks.
Yeah. Ditto, really. So thank you for all the letters as well. And we certainly read them. So we have in front of us an ordinance proposal to establish the sewer rates charges for 2023-24 through 2027-28. Would my colleagues like to make a motion, or does anyone have any discussion? Vice Mayor.
I move that we introduce by title only and waive first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos for establishing the rates of the sewer service charge for fiscal years 2023/24 through 2027/28.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Daley.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Councilmember Flegger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, we're going to move on to item number 9. And this is, contrary to what the agenda said, we actually just have 2 resolutions tonight. We didn't have quite the conflicts on council that we thought, so Councilmember Liang will excuse herself for part of the discussion, and then we'll go on. So actually, you're excusing yourself now, correct? Yes, I think that's correct. Yes.
Yes, you're recusing yourself because you have an ownership in real property within 500 feet of Grant Park, and so you'll be recusing yourself from that, and you'll come back and participate with all the rest of the. Well, you have a financial interest in that.
No, I don't.
Well, if it's in your family, that would. Okay, that's. I don't want to get into.
Okay, so Councilmember Liang will rejoin after we've covered the Grant Park items, and then the council as a whole will cover all the rest of the items. The purpose of this item is to hold a public hearing and approve the use of park and lieu funds. And so we've segmented out those of us, in this case, Councilmember Liang has to recuse on Grant Park. Yes, I have. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
All right.
So just so I'm clear, we're doing the resolution on Grant Park, and then the proposed resolution for Mackenzie is subsumed into the other one?
Yes. Try turning mine on again. Okay. I feel like we were interfering with each other. I'm not sure why. But yeah, so that we thought we had 2 council members with conflicts, but we have 1. So you're right. The Mackenzie is subsumed into the other. So there's just 1 overall, and Councilmember Liang is out for our Grant Park discussion. So staff, would you like to Director Hernandez, take us through that.
Okay. You change the microphone on me every time. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. My name is Manny Hernandez. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director here. And what we have before us are 3 resolutions that would approve the usage of park. Oh, we're down to 2 now?
Yeah, that's what I just.
Oh,
I know I'm not a compelling speaker, but I did.
I apologize.
No, that's right.
2 resolutions.
Yes, 2 resolutions.
2 resolutions to allocate park and lieu funds for parks and recreation facility improvements throughout the city. And that's all I have as far as that goes. So if there's any questions on those projects that are planned for this fiscal year, all these projects, what I might add to it though, all these projects will start and finish, or at least start for the larger ones in this upcoming fiscal year, which you'll see in the budget packet. And all of the projects still have to go through the proper public process, whether it's through commissions will see this, or they will come back to you based on the public process that's appropriate for that project. That's all.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. So questions? Yes, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to understand, are we only talking about Grant Park right now, or are we talking about all the projects?
So I believe what we're doing now is talking about Grant Park projects first. Is that correct?
Yes.
City Attorney?
Staff presentation, public comment can be on the entire park and lieu agenda item. The only thing, we will then segment out a vote for Grant Park, followed by a vote for everything else.
So if you're going to have any discussion about Grant Park, do it now, because then when it comes back, that will be off the table and you'll be able to discuss all the other projects.
But will Councilmember Lee Eng then come back to discuss the other non-Grant Park items?
Yes.
She will. Okay.
Yes.
So I have no questions related to Grant Park, I think. Right?
And she is listening, so she's hearing everything that's going on. So, but let me just clarify. We've gone around a couple different ways on how we're doing this. So my understanding is we're taking public comment on any items now with Councilmember Lee Yang out of the room, and then we will. But we have to discuss the resolution for Grant Park before she comes back in the room. Yes, okay, we're not voting on both of them with her in here. Okay, thank you. So, questions about Grant Park? No. No. That's all right. I said that this would be a little bit of a non-standard meeting, so I think we're finding that to be true. Yes. Okay, so staff, tell us, we've got, I see 2 Grant Park items, correct? Or are there more? I'm seeing.
That's correct, 2 in this resolution.
2 in the resolution. Okay, so do we have council member questions on those 2 items before I open public comment? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on a question that I asked the staff regarding what once upon a time was known as the Grant Park Master Plan. I remember when I was on Park and the last time that I was the council liaison, there was still a discussion about doing a master plan for Grant Park, and there was talk about maybe moving things around, so bocce ball could be accommodated, maybe some other things could be accommodated. I know somewhere not that long ago I saw sketches of having Grant Park redesigned. And then in the answers to council questions, there was notation that there isn't going to be a master plan for Grant Park or any of the parks. So I just, could someone give me some clarification as to what happened to the idea of doing a master? I don't really care that it's gone. I didn't think it was such a great idea to begin with. But I am surprised that there seems to be a change in policy of how we're moving forward with evaluating our parks.
Sure, Vice Mayor. Yeah, so the plan used to be the Grant Park Master Plan, and that was something that was going to move forward several years ago. What in my discussions with the previous Parks and Recreation Director, the common practice for most cities, especially a city of our size, is probably better to do a parks master plan. Currently we have a parks plan, but another parks plan or an update to it, or a parks master plan as it's more commonly called, that would encompass all of our parks and all of our facilities, because just changing one park at a time may affect another one. And a case in point, the only outdoor basketball court is at Grant Park. So that's an example. So that's the plan, is to go forward with a parks master plan in the near future.
Any other questions specific to Grant Park? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, I'm going to open up to public comment, and public can comment on all the items, not just the Grant Park ones. So we're going to take public comment now. Councilmember Liang will be able to hear the public comment. So I don't have any speaker cards for anyone here in chambers, not seeing any. So looks like we might have a couple hands online.
Roberta Phillips.
Okay, we'll give 3 minutes per speaker.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Roberta Phillips. So for Grant Park, it would really be nice after you do the electrical and hot water, if you would consider again the Grant Park kitchen. We don't need a commercial kitchen. We obviously, on the budget for tonight, is the South Park kitchen that came in at somewhere in the $250,000 range. So that would be really super. Also, I think it would be great if we put a generator at Grant Park also, so that we will have an emergency operations center in North Los Altos where people can go in the event of an emergency, and we'll have a backup generator. But we have nothing in South Los Altos for people to go. We just went through a lot of storms where people lost electricity for days on end and didn't have heat. So that would be something that I would suggest moving forward at the Grant Park facility, so that people in South Los Altos have a place to go in the case of an emergency or a semi-emergency. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Teresa Morris.
Good evening. I'm on the right agenda item. I wanted to say before the timer starts, hopefully, that we can't hear all of the council members very well. We can hear the speakers at the podium, we can hear the speakers that call in, but not the council members. And that to me seems very important. So I'm sharing that with you. Okay, this is gonna be quick. I think we're putting the cart before the horse in a lot of this. First, I think things should go to Park Art and Culture and then ask for the dollars. It would be most appropriate and respectful, in my opinion, for that to be the order. There are 3 items that I cannot accept as appropriate to use park and lieu fees for, and I'm wondering what the justification is for this. 1 is the generator, 2 is the community garden, and 3 is a historic orchard. All of those are on space designated as public and institutional lands. They're not even on park plan. I do not understand how they all supposedly benefit. I do understand how they supposedly benefit the public, but not, in my opinion, in a way that justifies using park and lieu fees. Also, I love community gardens. I visit them regularly, but this particular proposal for a community garden is not a community garden. It is a school project and belongs on school property. We've had other gardens like this that students have done and scouts have done, and they've all become sort of eyesores. So I'd hate to see the same thing happen there. I think we can use that really high profile space in a much better way if you send it to the commission. And also, if we ask the public for their input, and just briefly, I could see it having a much larger playground in the back. That playground is used extensively on weekends and when we have events. Or even putting some of the adult fitness equipment there, or some sculpture, some sort of meditation garden, something like that. Okay, McKinsey is a pilot. Changing anything now for the dog park before the end of the pilot will confound the outcome of the observations that we've been doing. Wait for the end of the pilot and do public process for upgrades, location, and so on. We aren't even sure if the public is all on board with keeping it there in that location or what needs to be discussed, but we need to do due diligence on that. Shout Park, just like all of our parks need all of the playground equipment updated. Spending this laundry list of money in the way that it's being proposed to me is quite willy-nilly, and I think we need to be looking at every single one of our playgrounds is overdue for being updated. We had playground equipment fail at Heritage Oaks. We had playground equipment fail at Grant Park. I don't know the outcome or the injuries. I know an arm was broken at the Grant Park failure. So I have grave concerns about that. And again, I'm going to bring up the idea of a liability. We have a liability ahead of us if we don't upgrade our playgrounds the way we're supposed to. Appreciate the time. Wish we had more because I have a lot more to say about this item, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
I have a question.
Okay, we have a question for you, Ms. Morris.
Ms. Morris, thank you for your comments. I'm sure this was just an oversight, but the public needs to know that you are on the commission that
You're
deals with
right.
these issues.
I apologize for that. I am a commissioner. I'm the chair currently, but I am not speaking as a Park and Rec commissioner. I did state that earlier when I made an earlier comment, but I should have said it again. So thank you, council member, for that.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
All right, thank you both. Councilmember Feiger? Wait, we're not done with, you have a question? Oh, no, please go ahead. Okay, all right, resuming public comment.
Phone number ending in 7267. They've dropped off.
Okay, that seems to be all the public speakers. So I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council to discuss just the two Grant Park items. And I do want to make a clarification for the members of the public. Although we are looking at this list in isolation, specifically regarding Park and Lou, you don't really get the full picture without looking at the budget as well. And so all the playgrounds are in there, and so I understand why some of the comments were made, but they're not based on the full picture. So anyway, just wanted to point that out. Which of my colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And why I raised my hand earlier, and I hope the public can hear me, because I have a question for Mr. Hernandez that pertains to all the different proposed projects being funded with the Park in Lieu. So it's not just specific to Grant Park, but hearing Teresa's questions, I feel like it would be helpful to members of the public to really hear the process you went through in selecting which projects would be funded with the Park in Lieu funds. And being a former Parks and Rec commissioner, and this, Mr. Hernandez, every year we've looked at the Park in Lieu funds as that amount has grown and considered using it for different things, and we made small investments here or there, but to me this is the biggest investment that we're making and pulling from the Park and Lieu funds. And so, like other speakers, I know there are other projects out there, and so I'm just curious how you went about selecting these as the projects to fund with Park and Lieu for the 23-24 year.
Thank you, Councilmember Flagger. Yes, so what I can speak to that question, what I can say is the first process is they need to qualify for Park in Lieu, so they have to be for the purchase or development or redevelopment of the park. So with that, I had followed the process through with the city attorney to make sure they qualified and move forward with the projects that I had selected. Now, in selecting those projects, it is based on, first of all, safety would be the first one, such as the basketball court. I'll just mention as one of those things. Cracks start popping up, people start tripping. So that's an example. Also with the park pathways, you'll see something like that. So safety has taken into consideration as the number one thing. Moving on from there is basically size of usage. Oh, and I will mention, before I move on from the safety aspect, the playgrounds. In considering that, the age was put into consideration, and I have put together a ranking of the age of all our playgrounds, and they're going in the oldest first will be replaced, once again referring back to the safety needs of the playgrounds. And then moving on from that is just basically the usage and the high visibility and of these projects. Once again, I'll reiterate that these are the proposed projects for the upcoming year, but they will go to the commission again, and if they deem that they need to come for approval here for construction or other services for those projects, council will see them again as well.
And just to follow up, so for example, we have several playgrounds in Los Altos, and using the criteria you used of safety. Hypothetically, if council tonight wanted to have park and lieu funds be used for other playgrounds or play structures this coming fiscal year, would it be a matter of swapping out some of the projects you have listed here, or would it be it would be in addition to the ones you have listed? And I will bring this up during the budget discussion later on as well, where we're obviously going to make the final decision on how these funds are spent, and I want to make sure we have that opportunity to have this back and forth about what you're proposing and whether or not we think that's the best way to use these funds. So hypothetically, if during our discussion later tonight, we would prefer to have park and lieu funds be used for X playground or X project instead of one of the proposed project, what would that look like?
Yes, council member, I could say I wouldn't recommend that based on the criteria that I'm using for age and safety. That may come back around again, but if we do have adequate funds, as I've put in the staff report, for park and lieu to add playgrounds. So if there's a decision that council wants to add those playgrounds, all that would do is slow down the process of design and installation for other playgrounds. The other reason that we spread these out, because the project management would be the same, so we could add as many playgrounds as we want, but as far as the installation and design would take longer. So instead of getting a couple of playgrounds by next March, you may get all the playgrounds done by the following September. So that's one thing. The other thing is we don't like to replace them all at the exact same time, because as much as we have the funds right now in park and lieu, come 12 years from now, when we have to replace all the playgrounds again, we may have to prioritize based on the funds available, and they're all gonna be in need of that in 12 years. So that's just an example.
Thank you. I'll hold my other questions until Councilmember Liang gets back.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of follow-up questions to what Councilmember Flagel asked. If the council did want to identify other projects that we believe would qualify for the use of park and lieu funds, do we have the authority to discuss and authorize that now, or would that be beyond the scope of what's been agendized?
It would be beyond the scope because we've listed these out.
Okay, so we're limited then to the specific items that have been identified that staff is requesting authority to use park and lieu funds.
Yeah, the budget. It would be better to do it. I thought that's what we were discussing. You could do it in the budget and we'd come back.
But if we're going to do it in the budget, if we're going to use park and lieu funds, don't we have to have a special hearing just on the use of park and lieu funds? Yes. So as part of this discussion, we cannot authorize the use of park and lieu funds for something else. If when we discuss the budget, we identify something else which would qualify for park and lieu funds, and the council wanted to explore using park and lieu funds, we would have to agendize it for another hearing. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, just to add to that, we would post the public hearing and bring the park and lieu back as part of the next meeting.
It's just an extra step, but still within the same timelines and the process. If we identified something tonight, right, in the budget discussion. All right. Councilmember Daley, nothing?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to say this now, I may repeat it later, but these are all...
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Let Siri run the meeting. Sorry about that. So now I lost my train of thought. So these park and lieu funds, if my reading of the entire packet material is correct, are in the budget. And again, we can approve it or not approve it, but they're in there as placeholders now, correct?
That is correct.
Right. Along with other things for other years and other things that are not park and lieu and all that. So so it's not like we'll have our discussion on this now. They're actually already there. If we don't approve something, it would come out. So this is, again, it's separate items, but they're linked. They're inextricably linked. So I just wanted to point that out. So do we have any more discussion before we look at the resolution itself? Okay, I don't see anyone else. So this is the resolution on page 130 of the PDF. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos authorizing the allocation of park and lieu funds for parks and recreation facility improvement projects in Grant Park only. So do I have a motion, Vice Mayor?
Madam Mayor, I'm willing to make a motion, but just for the record, I want to point out there are different PDFs. I'm looking at a PDF that has it on a different page, and just occasionally after a packet gets posted, there are additions. I don't think there's ever subtractions, but if someone is following along and the page number is different, that's because you're probably looking at an older PDF. Someone is looking at an older PDF, and someone is looking at a newer one. That being said, I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos authorizing the allocation of park and lieu funds for parks and recreation facility improvement projects - Grant Park.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Flagler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember Liang abstained.
Okay, so so Councilmember Liang, you can reemerge. We'll give her a moment to rejoin us. Okay, so we have all 5 council members on the dais again, and Councilmember Flagler, you had a question of clarification, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. And City Attorney, I just want to make sure I understand the park and lieu process if we were to make any changes. So we just adopted a resolution with 2 items. Hypothetically, if during our budget discussion we decided to swap out one of those projects with another project, would we then need to bring back a new park and lieu resolution related to this location? Is that the process? Got it. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, with a new public hearing. All right. Thank you for the
But
clarification.
then if
All right, I'm going to ask another clarification on that clarification, because aren't these resolutions, these are authorizing allocation, not eligibility, so they're more, okay, so that's why you would need to change it. If it was just eligibility, and then we didn't choose to keep it, yeah.
Eligibility is first, and then the use of the funds.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, so what we are now considering is everything other than the 2 Grant Park items. And that list is in front of us, or for those of us who are following along. So Councilmember Liang, you weren't here, so we're going to start with you if you have any questions you want to ask. We asked questions about Grant Park already, and you're not going to talk about that. But if you wanted to start off because you're just rejoining us, or you don't have to, we can all ask questions now about any of the items on the list.
You guys can ask questions and I'll add my questions on now.
Okay, so which of my colleagues may have questions?
I mean, I have questions, but I don't know if Councilmember Daley hasn't asked anything. I'm happy to go.
I don't have questions at this time.
Go ahead, Councilmember Flagger. I'm off now.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hernandez, on the Mackenzie Dog Park, staff is asking for a fund allocation toward, I think, the permanent design for that dog park. And I know members of the public were confused by that allocation or proposed allocation because it's a pilot program. And so can you confirm for us that it's a matter of putting the funds aside in the event that council approves making it a permanent program?
Yes, Councilmember Flagger. So this project is to improve the pilot park program that is at McKinsey Park. Evaluation of the pilot program is currently underway, as one of the speakers mentioned. But if the program is moved past the pilot status, this project would fund possible fencing modifications and the other improvements that I'm reading from the report that I submitted. But yes, that is correct. So once it moves past, if it moves past the pilot status, this money will at least be allocated.
Perfect. Thank you. And then with the apricot.
Since
go
you're
ahead.
doing that pilot.
Go.
So that said, regarding this evaluation of the pilot dog park program, what other process to that evaluation is going to occur, and what steps are going to happen?
Yes, Councilmember Ling. The process right now of evaluation is in the hands of our Parks and Rec committee, and as we combine to create the new committee, I'm sure they'll be ramping that up a little bit. But there is an evaluation sheet, and I don't have that in front of me, that they're using to actually look at numbers and other items that they're evaluating at that location, as well as interviewing members of the public who are using it. So that process, once that is completed, it will come back to the commission, and then we'll speak in a public setting at the commission meetings to discuss the pilot program.
So when we do that, during this evaluation process, are we going to put the information that this process is going to be on the Parks, Arts, and Culture Commission website? I want to make sure, because then as people want to provide their input, they can do so as well.
Yes, absolutely, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. And then, will that change the size? That could affect changes to the size, design, and it won't change location, or will that change location?
No, the evaluation process that's currently underway is not evaluating the change of location.
Okay.
It's evaluating in its current state.
Okay, thank you.
Current location.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Mayor, I just have
Yes.
one more question on this item. Mr. Hernandez, the apricot orchard irrigation that's slotted right now for $75,000. We had a presentation from the Orchard Committee. I'm sure that's not the right name. And my understanding is they received a grant towards that project. Do you know if the $75,000 that's being requested here is solely for the irrigation system and it will supplement the grant?
Yes, Councilmember. Actually, the grant will supplement the funding that's being requested here. the grant isn't that significant where it can actually install the irrigation. And a lot of that grant was promised to public education in the historic orchard as well too. So that small grant is split up between that education aspect of the historic orchard, as well as getting things like meters and certain items that are needed for the installation of that. So this, what you're seeing, the request for funding here, you're seeing is going to fund the labor to actually install that, as well as the parts for the entire project. So this is looking ahead, assuming that the pilot portion that is under the grant is successful, which should be going in after approval here pretty soon. If that's successful, then we're going to do the entire orchard. So that grant is only for a portion of the orchard.
So the grant that was awarded, it's really for that pilot portion. If successful, that's what the city's $75,000 from the Park and Lou funds would then fund building it out.
Yes. So
Okay.
a portion of the 75,000 will be added to the grant to do the pilot, and then we have the funding to do the rest of it under this approval.
The rest of the irrigation
Of
project.
the rest of the orchard, yes.
Wait, the rest of the irrigation project?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, okay. So any questions on any of the items that you haven't asked yet?
I can make a motion, but I have no questions.
Yeah.
If we're still taking questions?
We are still taking questions. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Talk about the annual park pathway rehabilitation. How many parks, because I know we have several parks that the pathways need rehabilitating. And I just want to make sure that they're all covered. And then my concern is, would this be sufficient in covering all those costs? Because earlier you identified some of the lifting and the safety is my concern as well. And it becomes an ADA concern as well for me. So I just want to make sure if that is a sufficient amount, because I personally, knowing the many pathways that we have, would be concerned that we're not funding it properly. So can you help answer that one?
Yes,
You know
and
what?
that's a very good question, because I asked the same myself. How much do we need? So this funding, we anticipate, will not fund all of those at the same time. So part of, as Councilmember Flagger had asked earlier, what goes into deciding which projects? We're breaking this out, and I'm hoping to get 3 or 4 park pathways done with this funding, but I'm not sure how much. We may be able to get more or less, but with that, project management is another issue. So rather than asking, throwing a number up and hoping that it covers all the parks, we're throwing this out. We're anticipating under our professional estimates that we think we can get a handful of parks in. Part of the funding that's being approved here, though, will go to an evaluation of all the parks where we can prioritize and get a better idea of how much these projects will cost. So it may be mid-year or something like that we come back and ask for more funding to do all the parks. But we need to get funding initially to at least get that evaluation done. And I already have a contractor, a professional service person that I'm talking to about that.
And then my follow-up question to that is, they have these new pathways that are more rubberized or healthier to help with the impacts when people are walking. Are we considering those options as well?
Nothing, no surfacing has been considered at this point, or outside surfacing or new surfacing type of things have been considered yet. We want to do the evaluations to see how many parks that we're looking at and prioritize though, but those can be. Those surfaces can be, and I understand what you're talking about, because some of them are they're the more pervious and let the rain go into the water systems and stuff like that. I'm familiar with that, yes.
Okay, so then there was opportunities for that to come back and we can revisit that. Okay, then the other item is, I asked the question regarding, can I go on to the other items, just making sure?
We're doing all the items, yes,
okay.
so do go ahead and go on, yes.
So the garden house upgrades. I asked a question earlier about the garden house upgrades and the kitchen. So I know they were stated that we don't need to upgrade the equipment in the kitchen. And could you help me understand that? Because I thought in order for it to be, our facilities needed our commercial grade quality equipment to be in our parks. Could you, so I was just making sure that the ones currently there are commercial grade.
Yeah, the facilities there at the Garden House are not commercial grade. So, and they're just going to be changed out for what is there. It's just going to be basically refreshed. So I think I referred to that as just a refresh of those systems within the kitchen, and then the paint and the floor and cabinets. So that's why it's not to the extent of a commercial kitchen. We'll have to upgrade the electrical and all the other things that we're looking at doing for grant right now, if we decide to do that at the Garden House, which we could do if that's what council would like us to do.
Okay. So then, when you're saying we could do, if council would like to, this is all this further discussion we would have at budget at the budget time as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Hillview Park Fitness Equipment, that's adult fitness center, right? And then I'm not quite sure what that entails, because I know how much the cost of the children's equipment is, and why is this one so much lower?
This one, that's a good question actually, because this one is not including the surfacing, and it's going in the exact space that at least it's planned for, the exact space that the current fitness equipment is right now behind, between the museum and the Little League field. So the surfacing there is more of a decomposed granite. So we're looking at just changing out the fitness equipment there, the old fitness equipment, which actually marks out to be the oldest equipment that we have in the city in comparison to the playgrounds as well. So we'll change that out with more updated systems. And yes, it's not as expensive as a playground that needs full inspection for safety and stuff like that.
So when we consider that we're not just replacing what the current ones that are in use, are we looking at some of the newer ones that we can look at that will be allowed for those with limited mobility?
Yes, absolutely. We're doing, before we lost the quorum with the Parks and Rec Commission, we were already doing some demos, or not demos, but presentations from fitness equipment people, companies that were showing us the different types of fitness equipment that's out there.
And then, because we're looking at the ones with for those who may need to access it with limited mobility, shouldn't we then look at the ground so that people who have limited ability to use walkers and stuff can further access and change out the ground?
We can evaluate that.
Okay.
Maybe we'll come back and ask for more funding, but the decomposed granite that's currently there does meet those needs at this time.
Okay, just making sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just one quick question, and then I'll go to Vice Mayor Weinberg. So I'm assuming that this list for 23, 24, if we authorize all of them, that you have the staff resources to do it all?
That's the $1 million question, literally.
4.3.
4.5. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I have worked with my staff to plan the road ahead over the next year. And like I had stated at the beginning of this, we're not going to finish all of them by the end of this upcoming fiscal year, but most of them should be finished. All of them will be started.
And Mayor, just to add to that, in support of these projects, we moved a special projects manager in CIP under Director Hernandez to support these efforts.
All right, very
One
good.
more question, Mayor, if you don't mind. So, Director Hernandez, so if it goes through the Parks, Arts, Culture Commission, and we find that there are higher priorities that for some projects, and we shouldn't be starting some other projects, what is the opportunity to revisit the priority list on these items, and how do we, because my concern is that, we haven't had commission meetings, and we really would like to hear back from the public on how these projects are rating, or the desirability, or which one should be given, more funds and higher priority. Will that be able to have that process to revisit some of these projects, should they not be deemed as desirable, and we'd like the monies to go in the other projects?
Yes, Councilmember. The process of taking it to the public through the commission, so the commission will review these projects at some point, and if that comes out of that this project is not recommended by the commission, then we just won't do the project, or we will come back to council and talk about both staff's recommendations in comparison to commission's recommendations.
So the question then is, should we table this and have this come back to us after the next Parks, Arts, Culture meeting?
No, because then,
No, I'm just
it
asking
becomes
the
an
question.
academic, it's chicken and egg. It becomes academic if we haven't authorized it. So, but I will let Director Hernandez or City Manager answer that question.
Thanks, Mayor. The items on the list also represent the bandwidth the organization has. As an example, if we went forward with one of the projects and the Parks and Rec Commission didn't want to fund it, and that staff is fine with that, but it still represents something that we worked on. What we're trying to avoid is adding projects on that we don't have the bandwidth to complete.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A follow-up on that. It almost sounds like you're saying Park is going to have a veto authority over what we're appropriating. It seems to me that what the council appropriates is a reflection of what our priorities are, confirming what staff has brought to us to a recommendation. I don't want to pass a resolution and then worry about Park deciding, no, we don't think this was a good idea, don't spend money on that.
No, I'm sorry.
I could have answered the second part better. I was trying to represent the bandwidth argument. If staff had a different opinion than the park or any other commission, as Director Hernandez said earlier, we would bring our recommendation forward to council.
Thank you.
And this is your recommendation? Correct. Okay, so Vice Mayor, do you have Councilmember Daley?
Most of this stuff has been discussed by the Parks Commission for years.
No.
All right. Okay, Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos authorizing the allocation of park and lieu funds for parks and recreation facility improvement projects, but adding on to the second enumerated item under the now therefore $150,000 for the Mackenzie Dog Park improvements.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Wait, then further discussion then. Don't we have discussion after the motion then?
We just had the discussion.
Oh, I thought we just asked, well, okay.
Yeah, we started out with questions.
Yeah, I guess when he added his comment, I just would have clarified a comment he made, that the Vice Mayor made. I think that.
Well, we do have a motion on the table.
Okay.
Let's let the city clerk.
Okay, go ahead and call me.
With the current motion that Vice Mayor Weinberg just made, Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang?
I would abstain then, because I feel that I would have tabled this item.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember Lee Ang abstain.
Okay. So thank you very much. So we will now move on to our fourth public hearing which is going to be a doozy with 7 resolutions, I believe.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor?
I don't know if we can.
Ashley, that's a good idea, I think. Colleagues, should we take some of the consent items?
At the city attorney, because earlier we said that these
Yes.
items were going to come after the hearing, and now we're changing it.
Council wants to rearrange the agenda, they can. I mean, it would be by consensus.
And these were items at the discretion of the mayor anyway, and I've now had a suggestion which I think.
We're going a lot faster than I think we had anticipated.
She just did. Oh my goodness. All right, so we're going to take some of the consent items that were moved and see how many of them we can get through before 9 o'clock, because then the hope is we can take a break and then really dive into the in-depth budget discussion. All right, so number 2. So Councilmember Liang, you pulled these. So number 2, do you want to?
Number 2 would be longer.
Do you want to do 3 and then 4?
Well, I'm just being fair with you. Yeah.
Well, I'm open to
That's
suggestion.
fine. Number 5 would be the shortest, I think.
All right, so, all right, jumping around. Number 5, which is the revised council norms and procedures. So what did you want to mention regarding that?
The original open government policy was to go beyond the requirements of the Brown Act to inform the community. And this week, we got a taste of what it would be like getting the agenda ahead of time on a Thursday. And an earlier speaker mentioned that some people might need more time because of medical reasons and other items that was described. I am one of those people. I do need more time. And so I am going to ask that we change the date to be the Wednesday, and that is just one day earlier. So I would like to revisit the norms to have it be the Wednesday before the council meeting by noon.
So we have a proposal from Councilmember Liang. I don't know, City Attorney, do you want to comment, or do you, Councilmember Flagger has, no. Okay, let's have some, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to react to Councilmember Liang's suggestion, I was one of the council members last time when this came up, supporting having the packet go out as early as possible, provided that it's something staff could handle. Yes. And I heard at the last meeting from staff that Thursday worked best for them. So if that is still the case, unfortunately, Councilmember Liang, I couldn't support your request, but if staff is able to do it on Wednesday and they can commit to that, then I would support Councilmember Liang's request.
One other comment. I don't mind getting the agenda out and getting a preview of what's coming up. That's very helpful for me. They can release and they can update the packet, by Thursday, which is fine. But it is very helpful for me to even know what's coming up and to be able to preview. So I don't want to go into my medical issues.
No.
Everything else I have.
Yeah. So your request is that the agenda comes out by Wednesday. Is that what you're saying?
By Wednesday noon, and then ideally, if they can have everything come out then, that would be fine too. But
I think,
but Thursday, if they update all the packet and give me the full packet Thursday, that's fine. But I'd like to.
Okay, we have the staff has some comments, and I'm going to come back over here.
City Manager, you want to comment?
Clerk.
Mayor, if you're asking for our response to the proposal, in the council norms, it's at the pleasure of the council. We at our discussion at the last meeting stated Thursday was a reasonable time frame for staff to be able to commit to and regularly publish the agenda by.
What was the last part? Thursday, I understood, we spent a lot of time on 120 hours, and we ended up at 5 p.m. Thursday. That was for the packet.
Correct.
We're now hearing a request for the agenda to be the day before. I think that's what I'm not clear, whether you think that's reasonable, and then we haven't had the discussion on council what we want to do.
Are we talking if we can publish just the agenda in advance?
Yeah, what other, if you have reports that accompany them, that would be appreciated too.
Yeah, I think certainly by Wednesday we know what's going to be on the agenda. And to Councilmember Lang's point, we could modify it if it changed in that time frame. I don't think staff would change the overall recommendation that we gave last time, but it's
Right.
certainly under the purview of council.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it here. Vice Mayor, looks like you have something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, there's a draft agenda that comes out on Wednesdays in the town crier anyway. So if all you want to see is a draft agenda, it's published in the town crier. Sometimes you can even get that late Tuesday night.
But if you have some prepared packet items that come out like we used to have, that's helpful for me. I don't understand. I mean, like before it was 10 days, and we got some of the reports.
Let me see what other Councilmember Daley. I mean, we did discuss this in quite a bit of depth last time. Councilmember Daley, if you don't have anything to add, that's fine.
I was actually the council member who was advocating for notice to be more consistent with state law and with other states and other jurisdictions. So I definitely oppose this added burden.
Okay, so again, the state law is 72 hours, which is a Saturday evening, and we've taken it and we took it to Thursday evening, which I thought was by 48 hours, or whatever, however many hours by 2 days. So, and frankly, we've been getting it over the last couple months on Friday anyway. That's how it's been coming. And frankly, even when we get some of the items in advance, sometimes they change. So, I mean, I agree, it's difficult to keep up with. I can understand that. That's why I just wait till Friday, because then I know it's, or Thursday night, because then I know it is final. So I'm fine if staff, again, there's a agenda that goes in the town crier. It's available to us. I have if staff is able to post the agenda ahead on Wednesday, but I support, we had a long, detailed discussion. I support the recommendation that's in the norms and procedures that we came up with last time. Councilmember Flegger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am aligned with you on that as well. I think we should stick with the Thursday because that's what staff is strongly recommending. And this to me is mostly a staff decision since they're doing the work. But I'm confused as to whether Councilmember Liang is asking for just the agenda on Wednesday or the agenda with some materials. If she's solely asking for the agenda to be provided to council members on Wednesday, I can support that. Because as the Vice Mayor already said, that's a draft is published in the town crier, and sometimes that gets changed by Wednesday, by the actual Wednesday, because I think the town crier gets it on Monday. So Mayor, I could support the agenda being provided. I could support amending the norms, because once we put it in the norms, then it's putting this burden or requirement on staff. So if we're making any changes to the norms, I could support amending the norms to say the agenda should be provided to council and the public by Wednesday, but I wouldn't put in the norms that it should include reports, and then we keep the Thursday date that staff has requested.
Can we do Thursday at noon?
I'm supporting it as written. If we want to put the agenda in, I mean, again, I feel like we had this discussion and we each should have known 3 weeks ago about these things. So I personally support it as written, but city manager.
So I don't think I have a change to the answer. If it's the agenda only that goes to the crier, we would be happy to provide that when we have it. Again, as I said, our overall recommendation of the 120 hours, I think that's what we can reliably commit to.
Okay, so then put it to update it, like you said, the agenda at noon. I mean, our Wednesday.
I'm going to make a proposal that when the draft agenda gets sent to the town crier, that the city council is copied on that draft agenda, and that we stick with and you can put that in the norms if you want, and then no other language changes about the package.
Can we just make that practice?
We'd be happy to make it the practice, yes.
All right. So can I have a motion then for item number 5 to adopt the revised council norms and procedures with the practice that we just called out?
I'll make the motion, Mayor. Thank you. I move that we adopt the revised council norms and procedures that are contained in our packet for today's meeting, with direction to staff to implement a practice whereby they publish and share the council meeting agenda with the council members and the public at the time they share it with the local paper, the town crier.
Friendly amendment, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilmember Daley.
I think we should strike everything that pertains to the practice and just have that be guidance and not have it be part of the motion.
Is that okay with you, Councilmember Liang?
I'd rather have it in writing. It's in there.
It will be in the minutes, correct?
No, it should be in our norms. It's been on our norms, and you know what, we've already.
No, I wasn't, my motion was not putting it in the norms, just to clarify.
Put it
I
in.
was giving direction.
Okay,
as
staff
part of my
direction.
motion,
Yeah, so
which
then
makes
it's
a
staff
difference.
direction. Okay, that's fine.
So I'm not accepting your friendly amendment, Councilmember Daley.
But it accomplished the same thing because it's not in the norms. The norms.
I
Yes.
support the friendly amendment.
Now I'm lost, sorry.
I'll second your motion.
And the friendly amendment is, sorry, I got lost in this. What is your friendly amendment?
Not to give direction.
The friendly amendment was to strike all the language pertaining to staff direction from the motion.
But it's staff direction, it's not going in the norms, and you don't want it even okay. I'm gonna cast this way, and go essentially to accept the norms and procedures as presented in the package.
That's a substitute motion.
I'm accepting the friendly amendment.
Oh, no, I have to, though.
Point of order here, it would be the original motion, the maker of the original motion to accept or deny the friendly amendment, and it has been denied. So based on that, I will now introduce a substitute motion which should be considered prior to going back to the original motion. The substitute motion is simply to accept the norms as prepared in the report.
Then we're not gonna get that thing when it's sent out, what we discussed and we would like.
We have a motion on the table. Nothing precludes staff from hearing this discussion and deciding what they want to do about it, but we're not giving direction, is how I understand the motion. So, City Clerk, would you please take the vote?
To clarify, this is a vote on the substitute motion presented by Councilmember Daley.
And seconded by the Vice Mayor.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
No, because then it's not gonna honor the direction.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
So can I get some clarification here? Because I am just, like, are you going to honor what you heard? And will council be getting an email when the agenda goes to the town crier? Will that be the practice?
We'll copy the city council on the publication email to the town crier, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay. Let us move then to, so we have 2 and 3. Okay, let's talk about item 3. Councilmember Liang, you pulled item number 3.
I just needed to understand how we can proceed on this matter unless we had the understanding of the Surplus Land Act. And to me, it was not clear what's going to happen. I think we need some sort of information on that. And I know that with the loss of the 64 parking spaces as identified by the stage company, I just needed to better understand how we would be having a discussion then in the future. Will we recover the parking losses and how we would be responsible for the cost of the lost parking, or are we going to have a discussion on this in the future regarding the loss of the parking spaces? So that's why I pulled it.
Yeah, well, this is just a memorandum of understanding, and the Surplus Land Act will be considered if and when there is even a project that you're discussing and giving direction, and all these questions will be addressed at that time. This isn't committing the city to anything. This is just a non-binding agreement that will hold the parking lot available. I know in my responses, I quoted from the MOU that said that the city will comply with all state, federal, and local laws, including housing laws, and that would include Surplus Lands Act. This MOU doesn't bind the city to a specific project, so it's not going to violate CEQA. This is just a non-binding agreement to hold the parking lots open and available, that parking lot open and available. This would all be discussed at the time if there is money and if there is going to be a project and if the council wishes to proceed. This doesn't commit the council to anything.
Well, I thought there was an assembly bill that does when you sign these agreements like this. So I think there was an assembly bill that came out that was passed in 2020. So that's why I wanted to make sure.
No, they amended the Surplus Land Act, and it became effective a few years ago. But this is not a. I think you're thinking about an ENA, but I don't find any.
I thought it said SLA, so that's the reason why.
It is SLA.
Yeah.
But it would be, we're getting into acronyms, Surplus Lands Act, and if this was an ENA, an exclusive negotiating agreement, then we would be compliant. We'd have to look at the Surplus Land Act at that time. This is just an MOU. It's not even an exclusive negotiating agreement, at least how I'm interpreting it. It's non-binding. It's.
So then if someone else came in and wanted to also talk about the use of parking lot 2, you're saying that we would be open to having that discussion as well? And then I bet, based on that assembly bill, it was stating that if it wasn't used by the city for the recreation purposes of the city, then that would open it to the SLA agreement as stated in the assembly bill. So that's the reason why.
The SLA doesn't really restrict the government or the local agencies' use to recreational facilities. There's several exemptions to it, and that's why we can't commit in the future to Will we be providing notice under the SLA? Will we be using an exemption under the SLA? And there's many options. And so the change to the SLA was, are we going to give notice to HCD what we intend to do with this? And we have to look at that when we have a project, when we have more information.
Okay, so yes, Councilmember Daley.
City Attorney, does the Surplus Lands Act apply to land that the city sells, or does it apply to land that the city retains ownership of, albeit with a change in use?
It depends. I know you don't like those questions, but the HCDs come out with, if it's a lease over 5 years, that is a disposition. So sell, lease, or dispose of the land can trigger SLA requirements, which are the notice requirements of declaring surplus and giving HCD notice. If it's a city project and it has maybe different uses, we'd have to look under the specific exemptions for the Surplus Lands Act.
So what I'm hearing you say is that these are questions that will come back to council when we have a specific project.
Yeah, when I can actually research it. Yeah, there's many exemptions to SLA. Agency use is an exemption, and then there's some requirements about that. There's some requirements about affordable housing and how you can qualify for affordable housing.
So, yeah, I'm just going to bring it back. The proposal that's in front of us tonight is to extend an existing non-binding MOU. Vice Mayor, did you have something to say?
Yeah, Mayor, I move that we extend the MOU with the Los Altos Stage Company for, I'm going to withdraw that motion.
No, go ahead. No, please.
I move that we extend the MOU with the Los Altos Stage Company for an additional year through November 9, 2025.
Second.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
No, and I would like
So
to.
we need to take public comment.
We took all public comment.
Oh, do we before we move? I apologize. Okay.
And I would like to suggest you review AB 1486. So, no.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
And Mayor Meadows.
Yes, and let me repeat that we did take public comment on all the consent items at the beginning of the meeting.
Correct.
So that is already closed.
And to clarify, motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
Okay, so given that it's almost 9 p.m., we have covered 2 consent items. Thank you for the suggestion, Vice Mayor, and colleagues for going along with that. We are going to take a, let's call it a 10-minute break. We will come back and take our media item number 10, the public hearing with all the resolutions around the budget details. And then colleagues will have item number 2. I'd like to suggest we try to finish that this evening, even if we run late on the budget. So for anyone listening, we will attempt to get through the whole agenda, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to take up item number 10. Thank you so much. All right, I think we're ready to resume. Item 10, which is a public hearing to adopt a number of resolutions all around our 2023-24 budget. So Director Dew, when you're ready, and I know you're not quite ready yet, so that's okay, take your time. I should have checked with you before I called us back to order. Do you have a microphone? Yeah.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
it.
Okay. My name is June Du, the city's finance director, and today I'm presenting the fiscal year 23-24 annual operating budget and the 5-year capital improvement and the major maintenance program. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank all my finance staff, which half the team I just hired in later May, to put this budget book together. I also want thanks all the budget team from each department. We have a new process. We start zero-based budget. There's a lot of work, a lot of teamwork to put all the information together. I wish all the city council members and also the member of the public enjoying to read it through the document. All right, then I'm gonna start out. And I think I will do my presentation first, and we will answer your questions at the end of the presentation. All right. So for these items, we're gonna recommend about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resolutions. I'm not gonna read all of them, but we're gonna go through the details and throughout my presentations. All right, where is this thing? All right, the city start implementing the zero-based budget starting in March of 2023. We're a little bit late, but we're starting out. The zero-based budget, the goal for the zero-based budget is not to reduce the expenditures. The goal is to allocate available resources to the most needed area. So since March, all the budget team from each department has to come to the executive leadership and to present their departmental budget to not only justify why they need this expenditure and also how they get the numbers. It's a great detail of works into the department's budget team. On the revenue side, the finance team, city manager's office, development services, park and recreation, police department even, and also environmental service department review all the revenues and then give in the proposal. That's how we come up with the revenue numbers. For the CIP program, it's same thing for park and recreation, city manager's department, public works, environmental service department. They review all the existing CIP projects, see what is ongoing, and then propose what's gonna happen for next 5 years. And they come out with a proposal for each of the projects. That's how the 5 years, I call that SIMP program come up with. We present this budget in the Finance Commission on the May 30th meeting. The Finance Commission actually all recommended to bring forward to this public hearing. Now we're gonna dive into the budget. The city's revenue we projected is 71.11 million. In the pie chart, I categorized the 5 largest cities' revenue, which will represent 80% of the city's total revenues. This includes the property taxes, license and permits, sales tax, charge for services, also utility user fee. They will also called sewer fee. So in next few slides, I will give you the details of how we estimate those revenues and what's the trends on those revenues. So the biggest pie is the property taxes. 47% of city's revenue, the whole revenue, regardless, enterprise funds or general fund or special revenue funds, is coming from the property taxes. The projection is 30.3 million. It's 2% above the fiscal year 23 budget. So we did a really conservative estimation. We work with our consultant HDL, and also we'll look the county's report, take county's recommendations. That will come up with the 33.3 million. The second biggest pie is a sewer fee. It's 9.7 million. So of course, this is estimated based on the sewer rate study that we just discussed. The third largest revenue is charge for services. This category is included not only for general fund, also for special revenue funds. Example, it will be park and lieu fees, traffic impact fees, public art fees, technology fees. Those are all have their own funding, own fund category, and it will be in the future to use to fund our either CIP projects or major maintenance program projects. The plan review fee and the inspection fee and the engineer fee, those are general fund items. So in this item is a 6.67 million citywide. The third largest revenue is the city's sales tax. I want to point it out here, currently the city sales tax is 9.125%. The city get 1% of this 9%. So majority pie go to the state, and the rest is all to the county of Santa Clara. The revenue projection is 3.64 million. Also, the staff is working with HDL. Actually, we meet on quarterly basis to discuss local economies and review and project next quarter's sales tax. That's how we get a 3.64 million number. The last category will be license and permits. This is all general fund revenues, which estimated is 3.32 million. This estimation based on the staff recommendation is also for the project for local housing and development projects we have in the pipeline. On the right side, the pie chart you can see is we actually estimate a little lower than actual receiving in fiscal year 22 and 23. That's because that was the projects currently in the pipeline. Next, we're gonna go into the expenditure side. So total citywide expenditure is almost 95 million. The 65 million of the 95 million is operating expense. The 30 million is a SIMP program. Now we dig deeper looking of the 65 million of the operating expense. On the left side of the pie chart, you will see there's a pinkish or purplish category. Those I call the non-discretionary expense. The salaries, benefits, liability insurance, workers' comp insurance, debt services, utilities, corporate UAL, we just have to pay those. That's called a non-discretionary, which represents 57%. On the right side of the pie chart, it will be professional services. You can also see the fire contracts also, I take it out because it's the biggest portion of the professional services. 9.26 million is 14% of the total operating expenditure citywide. Now we're gonna look at a general fund. So general fund, we're projecting to have a surplus of $240,000 with a revenue of 53 million, expenditure 51 million. After we transfer to technology fund, 760,000, and allocate to physical policy reserve 1.5 million. That's how I get 240,000. On the right side of this page, you will see how we calculate the 1.5 million. The city have a policy, we should have a 20% of a general fund budget expenditures to put in the physical policy reserve. And currently we have 8.7 million. With 20%, we need a 10.2. That's how I get 1.5 million in here. We have transferred to meet the reserve requirement. Then we talk about the general fund balance. I use the allocation and transfer that two words in here. The allocation means the money actually is still inside the general fund, so it's not in the separate places. In the fund balance, the transfer, it will be transferred actually to the different funds. In fiscal year 20, actually in fiscal 23, the city established the technology fund and the PERS reserve funds. Those two categories was in part of the general fund balance back in 22 audit. So in 23, we separate those out. And that's why in budget 24, and we will have those as a list as a transfer out of the general fund and into those internal service fund. On this slide, I want to point it out, other than put $1.5 million in the physical policy reserve, we also propose to establish facility reserve for our aging facilities with a $1 million. The general fund also contribute to local nonprofit and the civic organizations. So in the budget of fiscal year 24, we're proposing $237,000 in that category. And based on the May 23rd, the city council meeting. So their chat is a check, CSA, Chamber of Commerce, Historical Museum, and the Women's SB. Those are, the contribution is already in the fiscal year 24 budget. Then this page is an overview of the 5 years of capital improvement and the major maintenance program funding source. In the budget, we mainly talk about how much we're gonna allocate from each funds for the projects. In the previous slides, I mentioned there was a $30 million from the total city's expenditures they're gonna allocate to the SIMP program. And here's the details. The general fund in this year will be the $8.6 million. And I mentioned that early on the public art fees, technology fees, and in lieu park fees, PAC fees, those fees we collected through charge of services revenue. Now those fees actually contribute to the CIP projects. That's where it shows. So total 5 year the project actually 86 million, but those we can come back from 25th to 28th project. Those will come back to the city council during the annual budget session for fiscal year 25, 26, 27, 28. So currently 24 is a 30 million. So after we post the budget book online with agenda, the staff is continuing to work with the budget book, and we correct some of the one errors, which on the page 31, there was a computation errors on the financial statement that has been corrected. But other part, that number computation error only happened in that one page, and it was reconciled in the other part of the budget document, so there's just that one page. We also made several non-budget related changes with our necessary for presentational purposes for GFOA standard. It's just for better presentation. Stuff like added the beginning balance for fiscal year fiscal 21, or changing colors on field tables and chart for better reading, or add a table to the tax write-ups to increase the clarity. So we did make some changes. Currently, those changes are reflecting on the website on the budget, yes.
Specifically, what are the changes that were made in page 31?
Oh, I can show you that. It was, how are you gonna? Yeah, it was a one number, and I can tell you it was the expenditure side. It was a one number in the other expenses. If you look at page 21, it should be in the fiscal year 24. That page is a trend presentation for the all cities expenditures and revenue, and the staff is missing the formula in there for other expenses, about $5 million. Those are actually, it is interfund allocation, which means the allocation for the insurance funds or CalPERS UAL, those allocate to the each different funds and departments. So that just only one place have that change.
I'm sorry, what's it, page 31 of the PDF document? I'm at page 31 of the book now.
All right, let me, yes. Yeah, let me show you on this one. Though, oh, it's just on the bottom page is page 31, yes. And how am I gonna share this page, Nick? Sorry. That would be this one. Those pages of the documents actually on the screen is where we made the changes. Like it just happened on this page. It's a change of the colors for the pie charts on this page for presentation purposes. That's on the page of 49. And then that's 31. Let me see. Those just changing colors. It's this one. So on the page of 31 of the 228, I know the staff has miscalculated the other expenses of the $5 million. So right now it's a $6 million. If you look original document, it was $1 million. So that only affecting that one statement.
So it reads 1,147,000 and it should be
6 million. Yes. And then those are, of course, if you check the number again, the bottom line is 51 million. That will be show up everywhere else in the budget book. It's just that one page we're missing that number. Yep. Yeah. Again, the other, like I mentioned, for other changes like this one, I had like a 23 fiscal year and 24 fiscal year beginning ending balance where a highlighted area on this page I'm missing. I again put it in 21 fund balance to make a presentation. It was empty before. Now I just added those numbers. Those are nothing related to the fiscal year 24 proposal. It's for presentational purposes. Yeah. Do you want to go through? Is the city council wish to go through those changes on each page, or what we go on with my presentation? All right, thank you.
I think go on with your presentation, and if we have questions that are specific,
sure, yes.
We'll come back to
Definitely.
that. Thank you.
Yeah. Where is that share screen? So that is summarized is my change of the budget book. Like I mentioned, there was adding beginning fund balance for 21, changing colors on the tables and charts. Also add a table to the text area in the write-up area to increase clarity. Some of those are non really related to the 24 budget proposal. Where is it? Oh, thank you. I guess this is actually is a conclude my presentation, and I'm now and with all my team here to answer any of the questions and numbers you have a question concern. Oh, stop share.
All right, so do any of my colleagues have questions for Director Du? And thank you for all this work. I'm going to save some of my other comments about the level of clarity and everything, but I just really appreciate what you're presenting to us tonight. Any questions for? All right. Well.
I mean, I have questions.
All right, go right ahead, Councilman.
So thank you, Ms. Du. I agree with the mayor's comments. It was very easy to understand, and I know a lot of work went into it, especially working with new staff. So tremendous work here, and it's much appreciated. So I asked Mr. Hernandez this question when he presented the Park and Lieu funds item, and also for the proposed budget for this coming fiscal year. Can you walk us through the process you and the rest of the department went through in putting together this budget and identifying different projects?
The first we based on the budget book, and then to review all the projects and what is going on, and then also we identify the projects that actually we are still is ongoing. Some projects is already started, so we kind of have to carry on to the next fiscal year. Those are the number one. We're gonna put it into, the CIP program, and then some other projects, especially for the general fund, with the general fund funding the projects, we are actually to measure if staff actually have the resources, like project managers, to actually managing the projects, because we don't want to allocate the funds, especially general fund, into the project we can't get to it. So that's why even the dollar amount is 8 million with the general fund, but you can see the projects are very few. These bigger projects majorly is for Lacey's, the office building conversion, and also for the EOC center. Those are the priorities, so those are the majority funds was allocated to from the general fund. Same manner apply to Park and New projects. I actually talked to the director right there, right there, yes, several times. Well, sorry, I always call him Manny, so I was kind of, what last name? Yeah, Hernandez. Yes, Director Hernandez. We talk about the project list. I keep asking him, and other than the existing projects, we already identified how much project actually you can get into. And we want at least something, not to finish or halfway at least finish, or some even, the bottom line, those projects had to be started. And he was talking to me, yes, and yes, and yes. So that's why the project list was created, yes.
Very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Du. And then last year in our budget, and I know you weren't or finance director last year, I thought we had restored our reserves to 20%.
Yes.
Did it dip below the 20%? Can you walk us through what happened between last year when I thought we restored it 20% and now where we have to basically build it back up to 20%?
You want me to answer? You want you to answer? Okay, all right. So the 20% calculations is based on the proposed budget expenditures. At that point in time, and the Director Furtado was presenting the general fund expenditure with a lower expenditure resources. Especially that's what's causing by, remember the admin fees allocations, they were catching up, and all of those actually instead of recording as a revenue, actually is recording as the reduction of the salary and the benefits. So that way actually our, on the number wise, the look wise, so the budget general fund expenditure actually is a lot lower than this year. That's one of the reason. From there, the 20% from the lower number, of course, is 8.7 million. But this year, our budget expenditures are 51 million. The 20% of the 51 million is 10.2. That's how we calculated how to fund the reserve fund. And also these funds, if I have a pages actually here just for analyze the fund balance, and then we transfer the funds actually to allocate the funds to the reserve at the beginning of the fiscal year, like July 1. We don't wait until the end of the fiscal year, that we're actually doing at the beginning. So when we present the mid-year revisions, if the expenditure go up or down, well, hopefully not go up too much, and then that we will adjust the reserve, the 20%, based on budgeted expenditures.
And
yeah.
Just to add to that, so that's correct. When we replenished fund balances, would increase expenditures. The other side of that, as you recall, the funds we had earmarked to transfer to the 20% were part of ARPA funds that were adopted 3 times when we only had 2 allocations. So we had to, at the midterm or the mid-year of the second half of the budget, make adjustments to close the shortfall that we had.
Okay, so we got to the 20% based on last year's budget, but then we had to make some adjustments mid-year.
Yeah.
And then obviously our operating budget is much higher this year, so that would also increase the need to go up by to the new 20%.
New 20%, yes.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you. And then we also created a contingency reserve last year, and this question may be for Mr. England. Are we keeping that? And because last year was the first year we did it, was it successful? Was it helpful?
We do have it in the proposed budget, Councilmember Flagger. We do think it's been successful. The primary reason for that is when you're going through a budget and trying to have directors only put funding in that they need, they get really worried what happens if I've forgotten something or I don't have it. So providing a small contingency fund that will shrink over time is one of the ways executive team agreed to provide budgets with less padding.
So is and I guess I need so is the contingency reserve separate from the internal service fund? And if it is, can you explain what the internal, because we're putting technology, we're putting different things now in this new internal service fund, and trying to understand what that is versus the
Sure.
other.
If I'm correctly, is that the city manager's contingency you're talking about? Yes. The city manager's contingency this year also is the same as the last year. We budgeted in the general fund. It's not in the internal service funds. Internal service funds, the purpose of that is to separate the funds because we need to give the fair share of the enterprise funds for like UAL payments or general liability insurance payments, or workers' comp insurance payments, and dental funds payments. Those are, or even technology, those type of things. If it's a sewer related, it need to come from the sewer fund. In the past, all of those funds, I'm not speak too long ago, but what I can tell is basically come from general fund. The sewer fund haven't contributed much at all, or if any. So that's why the sewer fund actually start contributing to the purse reserve and to the dental funds and to the liability insurance. Yeah.
Very helpful, thank you. And then this may be a question for Mr. Sandoval, and I know I'm jumping around. For the annual traffic sign replacement item, what will the process look like to select where in the city we change or improve the signage?
Can you repeat that question?
For the annual traffic sign replacement item, budget item, as you know, I know you know this well, Mr. Sandoval, there are many areas, safe routes to school and non-safe routes to school areas where we do need to improve the signage. And I'm curious what the process will be to select, if you know, which areas and which intersections we focus on first. That's not right. It's not right.
The areas we choose first will be the streets that we resurface in the street resurfacing project in the upcoming year. We usually focus on the signage and striping and make improvements during that project. And then our plan is to also do an inventory of all of our signage. We're kind of long overdue for that, and kind of track, where we do need improvements for the future as well.
Okay. And that reminds me of questions I've received over the last couple of months about the PCI and how we calculate the PCI. Obviously, big kudos to you. We're doing much better. But is the PCI, and we've had neighbors who will see, a neighborhood where their streets got improved, and they're wondering how they got at the front of the list. So I'm curious, is the PCI an average of the entire city, or are there some streets that count more towards the PCI?
It's an average of the entire city.
Okay, so we may have some streets that obviously, and I know they're on some plan, but I think residents wanted to know, we see that PCI is improving, but our street hasn't been touched, and the city manager has done a really good job communicating with those neighbors and helping out where they can, so thank you. The Lacey remodel, Mr. England, do we have a total cost to date of the Lacey remodel? I know, now it's 5 million, I think, in this budget, and I'm curious, do we have a total to date? Is that the total amount? Where are we with the Lacey remodel, the cost?
Councilor Flagger, right now, it's, I believe it's 5.05 million, and that is at 65% design. So we will have that updated and finalized one additional time, I believe, before we go to bid.
And that will come back to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Can I ask just a follow-up question on that issue?
Yes.
When you say we're at 65%, does that mean the 5.05 is 65% of what you're expecting, or that the design is 65% complete, and based on that, you are projecting that the final cost will be 5.05 million?
Right now, we project the final cost to be 5.05.
Okay, thank you.
And then a few more questions, Mayor, I'm sorry. On the, so this was an item on consent, and I saved this question for the budget discussion. So we are asking, and this may be Mr. Zorn's question, for funds for professional services for the Development Services Department. And I remember going back to 2021, we were short-staffed, there was a lot going on, and so we did outsource to more third-party professional services providers. And I see that we've continued this trend. Is this something that we will continue? Just curious what the plan is. Is it the plan, 2 years to bring the work in-house, or does this model work? And so our plan is to keep having third parties provide these types of permitting and other services.
So it's a little bit twofold. I'm gonna somewhat explain just so that it's also just for a little bit of public consumption. In the previous budget years, the planning division has outsourced and supplemented internal staff by virtue of having vacant positions. But then also having an influx of work and just a little bit of some odd identification of what projects need to be worked on by certain staff. In the last year, there is no more outside plan checking support for third-party consultants for planning. It's all done in-house. And that is probably going to be in future years a $500,000 savings easy to ongoing expenditures for that division. With regards to the plan checking or professional services that you see, still included in the development services is for a city of our size, no one has internal environmental planners or consultants that actually do CEQA documents. So that's outsourced to the third party for that specialty. That's only a small fraction of what we actually see. By and large, 90% of the professional services that you see for development services is a direct relationship to the third party plan checking consultant services for building. So structural and non-structural, currently that's outsourced to TRB and StrucTech. Those are our plan checking services. I do not foresee us changing that model because realistically what ends up being the way that building permit valuation is that you keep a percentage value of that for your essentially revenues, and then the rest is totally cost. So actually that cost burden, it's a pass-through. We actually make money on those permits. It's actually more of just a front-loaded cost because we have to pay obviously the consultants first. So it's right now it's depending on the permit size, it's a 35-65 split or a 60-40 split. So we generally say it's 60-40 just because it depends on the permit size.
Because as you know, that's a huge part of our budget.
Yes.
And then on, let's see, where should I go next? On 999 Fremont, Mr. England, we're seeking an increase in funds. And this raised a concern for me. I actually went back and looked back at last year's discussion where we allocated $10,000 for 999 Fremont. And the discussion there was, it was temporary until we decided what we were going to do with 999 Fremont. And so the $10,000 requested was what was anticipated to be needed, but now you're back asking for 50,000. And so can you explain the 50,000 increase? And I want to confirm that, again, this is a temporary solution. We have not made a permanent decision with regards to 999 Fremont.
Correct. It's temporary till council makes a determination on the ultimate disposition of that building. I think the chief is probably better to answer on the cost increase. I think we've expanded the vision a little bit, but there was also part of getting into an abandoned building, trying to turn utility services back on, and then having the realization it's been abandoned for a couple years.
Is this? Can you hear me?
No, Manny. No.
Test.
No.
Can you hear me now? No. Okay. So yes, in being the project manager essentially for 999, what we're looking at doing right now is, as the city manager England was saying, it's really bringing the utilities back on and having just something suitable. We've put up the walls that we needed to put up to make it what we needed it, and I've consulted with the chief to get that done. That part has already been completed, but we are going to need those extra funds, and we have a bid in waiting. Those extra funds to update the restroom services or shower facility, basically, and the kitchen area facility. Basically, get the water running again and the electrical up. That's what it's for.
Okay. Thank you. And then just two more questions, Mayor. This may come back to you, Mr. Sandoval. On the Foothill Expressway expansion project, we have funds allocated, not for this fiscal year, but for 24-25, and I'm curious why not this year?
Those are match funds for the VTA project, and they're currently trying to raise money for that project.
And so hypothetically, if they are able to do it before July 1st, 2024, then that would come back to council. And I don't know where they're, I know of it. I don't know where they are in the process.
They've indicated that they're not that close, but yeah, if that were to happen, we would be coming back to council.
Okay. And then I have a list of other priority projects from different sources that in the discussion I'll bring up as possible things we may consider as a council, swapping out or adding to the budget. But the last question for Mr. England, and I don't know if you have this information, and I'm just curious with the 6 priorities that council adopted, do you have a breakdown of how much of the budget is allocated to each of those priorities?
Councilmember Flagger, we had initially intended in the CIP primarily, but also the non-discretionary areas to lay out and tie them to the council goals. But we had a big debate that many of them crossed goals. So you could have, we had very few that was only one goal. We had many that were multiple goals. I think some that were maybe all 6 goals. So we did not try and break it down that way because we thought it would be more appropriate to let the council see if there's anything we didn't include that should be, or something that maybe we missed that we thought was a priority that's not.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. I think I'll go next, if that's okay with my colleagues. Okay. So, again, I want to reiterate what a clear presentation and book this is. I particularly liked, and maybe my memory's bad, but I think it was particularly valuable the way the CIMMP, SIMP, as we're calling it this year, which makes a lot of sense, even that in and of itself makes a lot of sense to make that change, but how each project was then detailed where we could turn to that project and get a level of detail. It just was so much more approachable, I thought, this whole budget. So well done. I can also see, I do have questions. Yeah, but I can also see the past 2 years as we've been planting seeds and making changes, you can see them coming to fruition. So let me just, so what I want to do, my questions are to check whether my understanding after reading through all this information is correct or not. And so I'm going to start with the same question I asked a little bit earlier, and I think I know the answer already because you've quizzed your colleagues. But there are a lot of projects in here, not all Park and Lou, but across all, so these are all projects that we have confidence, or I should say, are these all projects that we have confidence that there's a high likelihood to make significant progress? And I think you addressed that. I think you said that you asked those questions as well.
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay, so
the goal is we'll try to finish the projects, but that's not possible. But at the end of at the mid-year, we will go over this again, see where we're at. And some project, if we really can't get to it because the staff shortage, we will also present to the city council. We might just says we can't do this, we'll get to it. Right. That will be around like January of 24. Yeah.
Okay, because there's really a lot of work in here, and there's a lot of important work and a lot of visible work. And I think that if we can do this, this is very, well, and we can from what you're saying. Yes. So it's very exciting, and we'll see results, and everyone will see these results. So I'm confident that it's both conservative and realistic, or maybe I should ask that as a question. This is, I assume, conservative but yet realistic.
I would say, I have to say yes, right? So this point,
well, you can
I don't
say
have no
best,
options. Yes.
As best as you could get out of your colleagues. Okay.
Right. I speak for all of my colleagues here on the back, right? Yes.
All right. Nick is nodding vigorously. So, and then another conclusion that I want to check with you to see is accurate is, so there's a surplus. And it's a little bit on the anemic side, $240,000. But what that surplus is showing us is that we have a surplus despite having created and funded a whole bunch of funds that we've not put in place before. So the way I read this, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, we've made a lot of good management decisions. We have equipment replacement funds, So we plowed, what was it? Was it 1.5, 1.7, something in that range into these funds. So we're not seeing the surpluses that we maybe got used to, but those weren't necessarily real because we weren't funding our needs for the longer term. So can you explain I assume this is a philosophical difference. Again, this is one of the directions we've been moving. And so these are more real and are building towards the future is my interpretation. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. So if you look at the surplus of 0.24 million, as June makes me say, not 240,000. Imagine if we didn't have to transfer, to your point, 1.5 million to general fund reserve, then that surplus would be higher. So one of the reasons we said we wouldn't put a project in the budget unless we thought we could substantially complete or get started on it was so we can start to have not only a real idea of the bandwidth of the organization, what we can get done, but we can also start planning for the future appropriately.
Okay, so I find all that very reassuring, and I appreciate that we're looking at that and making decisions on, and our discussion will be on a much more solid basis. I feel like that's my impression. So thank you for that. So which of my colleagues would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
If we get to your questions, I'm sorry.
We're doing questions.
No, because I didn't really hear much of your questions.
I know. I
heard more.
Mayor privilege.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Well, I turned them into questions to confirm my understanding because it would help me in my discussion if I knew I was wrong in my understanding. Then I'll say different things. But you're right, perceptive.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm glad I'm going after you because I think you articulated very well a thought that had been floating around in my mind as well. First and foremost, I do want to take a moment and echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I know the last 3 months have had a lot of short days. There's been no stress at all. A lot of partying has been going on. No, in all seriousness, looking at the process that we are going through this year compared to the two previous processes in which I participated as a member of council is night and day. And I don't mean that in any way to disparage what has been done in the past. But I really appreciate the direction, Mr. City Manager, that you have taken staff and Director Du, that you've been able to implement. I think going to zero-based budgeting clearly was a very wise decision. Another entity that I think hasn't been given any kudos tonight is the Finance Commission. They really spent an awful lot of time and tackled this and got into the weeds. I know they had to have a special meeting so that they could really take a hard look at our financial policy, and I think they did a very good job with that. But they really spent a lot of time on this, and I want to acknowledge publicly that I think that we have a better report in front of us because of the input that they have given. There's a lot of very, very small questions that I have to ask, and I'm not going to bother with them because I don't think that's really going to help us as we try to move forward tonight. But there is one item that I'm hoping Director Du or Mr. City Manager you can address, and that is how we're addressing our CalPERS and UAL liability. I know last year a plan was put in place, and we were going to try to get ahead of the curve, and because of circumstances that we couldn't predict, we got behind on the curve, so we didn't contribute as much as we wanted to. Can you speak a little bit to how we didn't meet the goals that we had set last year? Again, not I don't mean that as a criticism. It's a reality. I mean, we have a great plan that you have in front of us right now, but we all know that things happen during the year, and some of them are going to be good, and some of them are going to be challenging. And last year, CalPERS and UAL was one of the challenges. So can you talk a little bit about how you've adjusted from that and what we're going to do moving forward?
Sure, Vice Mayor. I will say from a blended plan ratio, we're funded at about 76%. So we're the work the Financial Commission and Council did in the first part of the budget last year has us ahead of where a lot of cities are funded at. This budget transfers $500,000 to the CalPERS UAL. We need to continue to look at the unfunded accrued liability. If we get to the end of the year and we're able to release those funds as an additional discretionary payment, we will. At the end of last year, we decided we were unable to do that. I do think when we start getting our funding up to 80% or maybe a little bit higher, we're going to come back with a type of investment strategy to start handling CalPERS liability in a different way. So right now we're going to look at continuing to make lump sum payments in the amount we are able to do annually. But at a certain point, we're going to come back. We'll work through the Financial Commission, of course, to set up an automatic funding plan to make the ADPs for us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Liang, do you have any questions?
Do you want to go? Yeah, I have questions. Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you so much for answering many of my questions, so I don't have as many tonight. But I still do have a few more. So, and kudos to everyone, because the budget report has been it has been improved tremendously, so thank you. I think what I want to find out and ask is, because it's a follow-up question when I asked with the Parks and Loos, is we fund things, but we don't look at the project in its entirety, and we do these partial projects. So I just need to better understand as to why we're doing these partial projects, because then it's more efficient if we were to bid it out with a company in making sure we complete all the projects together, and costs would be reduced. The project manager is familiar and know what to do and can jump from project to project. So help me understand why we do what we do, and should we revisit how we do what we do?
You want to answer that, Manny, or you want me to answer that? All right, I will answer. I will answer that first. So first of all, some of the project I mentioned before is existing projects. So we got to carry on. It's
Right,
almost
I
finished or
understand.
halfway. So those are, we just have no option to actually put it in the grand scheme. And of course, its ideal word it is like what you described. We get all the project together and then we're going to bid it out and the costs are going to low. But in reality, sometimes we have to consider how big the project we can handle in the, for the resource we have. And with this proposal here, it's kind of we just go, this is the area we want to go and we want to fix, and then to establish the funding source. And it's gonna be a professional design because those are normally we bid it out for or RFP out for the professional services, the contract for whatever form we're gonna do for the design phase. And if at that point in time, we can combine two projects together, maybe do two dog parks design instead of one each individual. Of course, that's his option. But like I said, there will be the special project manager right now we allocated from the public works department to the park and recreation, and then he's gonna review all of these projects, and then also maybe combine together, and might be separate out in that way. But regardless, those design contracts come back in, it will be presented in front of the city council for approval.
Okay.
So it is an option, but now it's just too early in the budget process to actually say how we're gonna bid it out, and it's separately or all together. This process just define the area, define the funding, and how the process goes. That will be the next step after the funding is established.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
The screens on the dais is all gone out. It said not connected to DCS server.
What does that mean?
Something about video on demand is not.
What that mean?
Are you gonna fix it?
Yes. Oh, it's on.
Hey.
Yeah.
No?
Anyway, we registered via, okay, so.
Is it still recording and the meeting's going good and?
I think that's still probably happening.
But if anything has to be presented, if you have Zoom on your computer, you're gonna get it. But if anyone's sharing the screen otherwise, other than what's up there, you're not gonna see it on your screen in front of you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't even, I'm not sure.
No, but then still ask my questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
got
ahead
it.
now. Did you have that one answered?
Yeah, my example was like the pathways and stuff like that, and you answered it, and it would be similar to that of, I just needed to understand why some projects, like road maintenance, we do, and then we have like one road is the same cost as like when we do a project that's citywide. And I think you've answered them here, but I wanted it on record. Because like when we do a citywide project and it's the approximate same cost, it brings me to question, how can we maintain all the roads in the city almost at the same cost as First Street project? So it does, I think people need to understand, and we need to hear from staff why this is the way it is. But I just needed to understand for, like, the pathways is one that bothered me. And I would think that that is a smaller project that could be looked at in its entirety, and we could move forward on that. So with the roads that I just asked about, one of the past projects was that we were gonna acquire Diamond Court. What was the status of that, and has that been repaired, and is that, because I've never seen that on a previous budget, so I just wanted to better understand, have we closed out, like you said, other projects that were supposed to be closed out?
Diamond Court, the MOU was not to acquire that.
Okay.
It was to have it still privately owned, but dedicated to the public, accepted into the city's roadway, pending the total cost. So the last estimate we have on the road exceeded the cost in the MOU, but I believe we were able to do some.
Did we fix the road?
Well, we didn't rebuild it, but we did an overlay on it.
Okay.
So
It's drivable.
we're hoping to close that out one way or the other in the coming weeks, actually.
Yeah, the maintenance overlay project is complete.
I just wanted to make sure it was drivable, because some of those, I don't know how you describe it, holes in the road were just really extreme, so I just wanted to make sure that that was taken care of. And then, thank you for coming back on 999 Fremont, because I just felt that that was insufficient funding. All the projects we've seen within the city, I mean, it's just not realistic to accomplish what we need to accomplish with such small budgets. So, when things need to be brought up, and that's why I question, are we putting sufficient dollars into the projects we're identifying? And that was always my concern, is because we don't want you to keep coming back, and that's why I asked questions about how do we get these bids. So I think what we want to better understand, most of these bids are done by staff, correct? And then when we go to the consultant, then they come back and then we upgrade it. Is that true?
Councilor Lee, I think it's different by project. Some are based on previous bids we've received. Some are based on engineers' estimates. Some are based on staff knowledge or expertise. Some of these, when we don't know, we try and put in a placeholder to get started.
So when they're placeholders, it's an understanding that if they're placeholders, there's room for it to come back, and whether we need to get the money back or supplement.
Certainly.
Okay.
Yes.
And then as we look at the our staffing and what works we need to do within our city, we don't have sufficient staffing. So like when we talk about maintenance of our landscaping on the city medians and everything, we don't have enough staffing. So, but I don't see an item in the budget that will pay for either us to go out to get additional support. And that is just one example. So on other projects like that where we need additional support or additional consultants to help do the work that we need, is that going to come out of the 240,000? Where is that money going to come from, and how are we going to budget for that?
I think the proposed budget, the staff we have can complete the work that's in the proposed budget. Historically, the areas we've been most critically understaffed are finance and human resources. We've spent 2 years building those up. We also focused this year on recreation, so we can keep the community center open longer. That is a revenue position. So it's neutral in the budget, and then adding housing manager that goes for housing element implementation. So we feel the proposed budget can be completed with the staff we have. I do think historically we've been understaffed, and we think that we've taken good strides in the past 2 years to correct that.
Yes, but how are we going to do it? Are we accounting for additional areas that we may be insufficient?
I think with the resources available to us, the budget represents what we think we can do. I think certainly we could use more maintenance staff, we could use more park staff, we could use specialty police department positions. The requests, I think, from the directors were over 20 positions, and that's not what's reflected for you in the budget, because we have a reality of what we can expend.
Okay, and then the one thing I want to thank you all for is following up and securing funds that are properly due to us. I know you did a great job in that area, because sometimes we fail to do that, and I want to thank you for doing that, because that really is important to follow up and get our funds that's due to us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. So I'm going to, unless there's we're going to go to public comment and then come back to discussion. I'm going to propose a method for getting through this. And it looks like you might have some more questions, but if they're about detail that we might come to the discussion
like the trades and stuff we
No.
wanted to talk about?
Yeah, okay, you have a question. Go ahead, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed I had two questions I failed to ask, and I think the first one is for Ms. Fairman. In developing the priorities for your department that should get funded in this fiscal year, did you, and it deals with the CAP, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, and some priorities in the CAP. And if you're not the right person, Ms. Fairman, let me know. And I'm curious, did you look at the CAP and weigh some of the priorities in the CAP versus the other projects you propose that relate to the CAP?
So the priorities for the CAP, can you hear me? Okay, okay.
I don't know if it's recorded, but I can hear you. I can hear.
Yeah, so the priorities that Sustainability Division is following for the CAP are the priorities that were set, you know, the list that the Environmental Commission.
I don't think this is being recorded.
No.
I'm gonna come up.
Just, yeah, come up, yeah.
The priorities set in the budget are based on the CAP priorities, you know, set by council. There's implementation for the. There's a list that the EC, the Environmental Commission, had prioritized, and also from the prior council, you know, those were set. So based on those implementation items, the budget was set. Is your question specific for sustainability, or also you have sewer questions for
Not sewer, just the CAP and sustainability,
Okay.
because I know there were some priorities that, and we'll have that in the discussion. But I wanted to understand from you first how you went about selecting the projects that relate to the CAP.
They were based on council's direction previously, but the Environmental Commission will bring back their work plan, you know, to update it or follow what's there and add new projects. But that was based on the prior list.
So if the Environmental Commission over the next 3 months, let's say Ms. Fairman, identifies some of the priority ones in the CAP, how, and you know, as part of their role as commissioners, recommend that the city moves forward with some of those priorities this year, how would those get funding short of maybe grant funds?
Those who get funded, you know, staff will try to get grants for those items, but if necessary, you know, we'll come back at mid-year to fund that additional budget for those.
Councilmember Flagger, we also have, I believe, either 25 or 35,000 in the budget for general CAP implementation. We have 25,000 for the work they're doing on the tree canopy set aside. The projects they're working on now to implement, some of them don't require funding at this point, so we can move forward with things like the building decarbonization, which would be a revenue neutral contract potentially. So I think it depends how they bring items forward, but we have, what we put in the budget is based on what has been discussed at that commission and outlined as their top 3 goals. In the past year, one of the goals, Reach Codes as example, didn't require expenditure, so we could move it forward without a budget item. So it really depends what it is, but we do have funds available should they want to use them.
Thank you. That's a reassurance I was looking for in the event that other priorities come forward, that there's funding available. And then Mr. Hernandez, as you know, over the years with our Park and Lieu funds, we have talked about acquiring parkland in North Los Altos. Was that part of the discussion when you were looking at how we use our Park and Lieu funds? Because as you know, we left it aside, like we didn't touch it, but now we're touching it. And so I'm curious if part of your assessment in bringing projects forward that will use the Park and Lieu funds, if you looked at acquiring North Los Altos parks.
No, that's not something that we looked at acquiring. It is something that we do have our eyes open to, though. And it is definitely a consideration when suggestions like that come up, when land looks available. Definitely Parks and Rec Commission, they talk about it, they email me, and we look further into the possibility of spending those funds. But the one consideration we did take in acquiring land is the expenditure of the funds that we have available. So once again, I point to the fact that we still have an adequate amount of funds in the Park and Lieu Fund, and it's the city's anticipation that there will be more on the way. So that door is still open, and we will consider it as land becomes available.
Great. Thank you.
Can I add?
All right, and then I want to go to public comment.
So that said, what happened with the Disto site when that land came available?
That's not on the agenda, I don't think. City Attorney, can we, I mean, I don't think
No, but that's use of Park and Lieu funds, right?
It's, we're not talking, that's not a budget item, and that's not, yeah. All right. Yeah, we can talk about that where appropriate. Okay, so I am going to open this up to public comment, assuming any public are still with us. I don't have any speaker cards. I don't have any speaker cards for anyone in the chambers. And looking online, we may have a hand. So, City Clerk, I'll leave the online to you.
Roberta.
3 minutes.
Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening. So I am very concerned about this $110,000 for the San Antonio Road project. There has not been any community outreach. And I looked at the questions and answers today and looked at the map, and the map showed.
I think this is agenda item number 2, that where it's kind of both. So I've interrupted her. So Ms. Phillips, do you want to talk now, and or I mean?
You close public comment on the consent.
Oh, that's right. I closed public comment on the consent. All right. So I've interrupted. You get an extra 10 seconds or something. Go ahead, Ms. Phillips. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So my concerns are that if you widen a road, then that encourages people to drive faster. You're suggesting that you put up the bike lanes be 5 feet rather than 3 feet. You're suggesting that.
Okay, the city attorney is, so I'm going to interrupt you again. Sorry, because this really is.
Is this item 2?
This is item 2,
This is on
which
the
is in the budget. Which is
in
why.
the budget. TS-01062.
Yeah, Ms. Phillips, let me address it with the city attorney, and then we'll come back to you. Okay. So.
Okay.
She is talking about item 2, but item 2 is in the budget. So we are going to allow her to continue. All right, Ms. Phillips.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry too. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. So you're trying to make the bike lanes bigger. You're trying to narrow the medium, which will actually widen the road overall. Which will cause cars to drive faster. I just sent you an email on that with the studies done on that. I'm very concerned about the vertical structures, whether it be bollards or concrete, because San Antonio Road is an evacuation route. The ambulances and the fire trucks need to go down, and people cannot pull over to the right side of the road and let an ambulance pass or a fire truck pass if there's a vertical structure in the way. Also, on the map that was provided in the question and answers, we have many drives from the homes going on and off of San Antonio Road. And that was not included. Because we have not only cars pulling in and out, the amount of cars, and we also have UPS trucks, FedEx trucks, Amazon trucks coming in and out. So the people who live here on San Antonio Road are totally unaware of what's going on. I know it is extremely tempting to say, hey, yeah, we can get $7 million. But when I look at Almond Avenue, I see green paint and burgundy paint and blue curbs and red painted curbs and yellow stripes And I would not want that in front of my house. And I spoke to a council member and said, would you like this in front of your house? And no. So why would you impose something who live on the road that other residents would definitely not want to have in front of their houses? It's really, really not fair. And again, this was, sort of came out of the blue. I understand that staff goes and looks for grants, but I think there should have been a lot more conversation. I hope there will be a lot more conversation before you approve this project. It's really unacceptable the way it is. There's so many flaws.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Phillips. That was a little bit tangential to the budget ramifications of that, but we let you have your say. So thank you, and sorry for the interruptions. City Clerk, there might be another. Okay. All right. Thank you, City Clerk. So that is the end of public comment. So we're going to bring it back to council. Let me propose a way to approach this. So we have 8 resolutions in front of us. To me, 6 of them look like things that we can move through pretty quickly. So I'd like to take us through the first 1 through 6, the financial policy, GAN limit, fee schedule, etc., all the way through transient occupancy tax. So we'll have that taken care of. And then we will have the resolutions on the operating budget and on the SIMP, Capital Improvement and Major Maintenance Program, which we may or may not want to cover in a little bit more detail. I'm sensing some horse trading potentially, or at least some level of discussion. So if my colleagues agree with that approach, I would appreciate a series of motions around resolutions 1 through 6, unless any of my colleagues have specific comments related to any of those items. I'm not sensing that. You have a comment. Go ahead.
Were you getting ready to make a motion?
I'm on a roll tonight with motions.
You are. I was going to tease you later.
Yes.
So, Mayor, just one suggested addition to the financial policy. I know I raised adding something to the policy a couple years ago about sustainable investment. I know the vice mayor raised it, I think it was last year. And so I would love to see something in our policy that talks about identifying sustainable investment opportunities, or to the extent possible or in the best interest of the city, we should explore those opportunities. I was thinking it would fit well under the general financial principles as one of our principles and goals, and it aligns with our values and our priorities. So that's the only change I would suggest, if there's support, to add it to the financial policy.
Okay. How do my colleagues feel about that? Okay, go ahead.
Conceptually, I'm 100% behind it. I know that there is a lawsuit pending right now against a major pension company that has done that, and by pensioners who are alleging that a sustainable policy deprives them of the right of. It's a breach of fiduciary duty in the sense that the pension doesn't have the ability to acquire earnings from non-sustainable sources. Bringing it more locally, the reality is my own investments are not sustainable. And while I wish that weren't the case, I have a hard time binding the city to it when I myself have not done it, despite the fact that conceptually I think it's a very good idea. and I'm embarrassed to say that I haven't done it myself. But because I have investments in non-sustainable securities, I have a hard time casting that vote in favor.
And Vice Mayor, if I may, I agree. And we all have to start somewhere. The language I'm suggesting, it's not mandatory or requiring that we do it. It's to say, and we could, I think it's important as a city to have this recognition in the financial policy that this is something we value. So, for example, identify opportunities when in the best interest of the city, or when deemed fiscally responsible by the investor. We can put language in there that addresses your concern, which is a valid concern, but still have that recognition in our financial policy. And I think this already went to the Finance Commission, actually, where they discussed this. Just having some recognition about sustainable investment, I think, would reflect our values as a community. I don't know if that changes your mind about softening the language, but I do think for me, having the language in here that says it's something we aim for reflects who we are.
That I can support. If it's non-binding and it identifies that policy or that practice as being in the best interest of the city financially, then absolutely I can get behind that.
Yeah, that should always be the priority.
Can you tell us where you're proposing to put this in? General financial policies means is headed with the preface, it is the overall policy of the city too, and that makes it sound more certain than the language you're talking about potentially.
So the bullet is where we would soften it, Mayor. So it would be to explore where possible and in the best interest of the city to make sustainable investments. There's ESG, there's environmental, social. So that's where I'd recommend putting it, but where we would soften it, it's in the bullet. I don't know if the finance director has a comment or concern.
Is this regarding the cash and investment management policy to update to that section to seeking or identify the sustainable opportunities for the investment to the best interest of the city? Can we add it? Is that belong to cash and investment management, that section? Oh, general final, okay.
So it's right after overview and then in general financial policies. Councilmember Daley, do you have a comment on this? I hear some noises, so I thought I'd check.
Okay.
And it's fine if you don't, but.
Go ahead.
I could see a bullet point that just said simply preference sustainable investments where fiscally appropriate.
Well, I don't know about preference. That's a strong, I would say consider,
Okay, but.
Right.
And I have, Mayor, consider where feasible and when deemed in the best interest of the city to make sustainable investments.
Director, what do you think of that? Are you in city manager? If you prefer not, you have a
Mayor, I think if
look.
that's the direction of the council, we're happy to add it.
Is it non-binding enough?
It's an aspirational statement, Mayor.
It's
yes.
an aspirational statement. Okay, so they are agreed with the aspiration. So, Vice Mayor, did you want to make a motion about the financial policy resolution? Oh, what? Go. You have.
Is he going to make one? Because I would also like to make a recommendation.
Oh, on the financial policy.
Correct.
Okay.
That's in.
That's in here, right? That's in here, I think. Where is it though? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it, so.
No, it's there.
Okay.
So you're confirming it's there. I know I saw it.
It's
Okay.
on-
All right. So Vice Mayor, do you have a motion on the resolution?
Madam Mayor, I move that the city adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos adopting the city's financial policy amended as discussed.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to the appropriations limit. Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing the FY 23-24 appropriations limit.
I'll second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Fee schedule. And I want to make the comment that I believe we had a revised, more like wordsmith editing fee schedule that was in the Q&A today. That is correct, right? So when we talk about the fee schedule, yes, then Mr. Maginot had made a couple of corrections in there. So when we talk about it, that's the one we're talking about, the correct version in today's Q&A.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos setting certain fees and charges to be collected in FY 2023/24 and including as the attachment the proposed fee schedule that was circulated by city staff in an email to the council earlier today.
I'll second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Next one is salary schedule.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving the updated fiscal year 2023/24 pay schedule to comply with California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, statutory and regulatory requirements for compensation earnable and publicly available pay schedules.
I'll second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Next one is the utility user tax.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos reaffirming the FY 2023/24 utility users tax rate.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that motion?
I
Teasing.
move-
Yes. I vote
He
yes.
can. Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And the last one of these is the transient occupancy tax.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos reaffirming the FY 2023/2024 transient occupancy tax rates.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleiger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows? Vice Mayor Weinberg? Sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
It's not even late.
All right. So are we all getting punchy over there? Yeah. Okay. So now we have the operating budget. Do you want to talk about some of the details? I think that some of us have some points we'd like to make. Should we do that one and then go to capital improvement? And major maintenance, or would it make sense to start with capital improvement and major maintenance? Probably the operating budget, I think. So, which of my colleagues would like to begin the discussion on the operating budget? Any details that you want to bring up before we talk about that resolution? Or if there are none, we can...
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Forgive me, I was doing so well, and then I put my notes aside because I thought we were going directly to
Attachment 7, I believe.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos adopting the FY 2023-24 operating budgets.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. England, on the operating budget, and I like the word used here, or maybe misdue, I didn't know if it was intentional, where the budget includes an amount to maintain the 20% reserve, because as we said last year, we ended up going below the 20%. So the budget we just adopted unanimously, I just want to confirm that means we will always make sure that we have 20%.
You go ahead.
That's correct, Councilmember Flagger.
Is that on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, hourly? Yeah, just check. You don't have to answer that.
The replenishment plan in the financial policy actually lays it out very well.
Okay, good.
So within 60 days of dropping below, we
All
return
right.
to council.
Excellent. Oh, you're getting an A+ tonight. Thank you, Financial Commission, too. All right, great. Next, so now we're ready to talk about the capital improvement and major maintenance program, which again, I think was very well presented. Thank you so much for the clear information. Do any of my colleagues have any discussion, or do we want the Vice Mayor to make another motion?
Happy to get us started, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay. Am I good, Mayor?
Yes,
I got
go
the green
right
light
ahead.
from you.
Go
I'm
right
just
ahead.
like, so let me start, and I won't echo the thanks that we've already expressed at the beginning. This is really great work. As I asked both Mr. Hernandez when we were discussing the Park and Lou funds and Ms. Dew when we were discussing the budget, really trying to understand their process. In the past, I know we've done study sessions where we've really delved in to understand the budget, looked at past projects, sometimes listening to all of us together in public sharing ideas. I've always found helpful, and I've shared this with Mr. England, and I know because of different reasons we weren't able to bring this to council before being basically, we only have 2 more meetings and we need to adopt the budget by July 1st. But I would appreciate, and I think it is in the best interest of the city, and we'd have an even better budget discussion process. And a lot of the questions I think that were asked earlier would have been resolved in a pre-study session discussion. Cities our size do it, bigger jurisdictions do it. This is one of the most important things we do as council, and we need to make sure that we're taking the time, really having the discussion about what are the projects out there that as a council we think are a priority, and work with Mr. England and staff to figure out how those get funded. I know staff put a lot of time and effort, and they had clear criteria how they selected these projects, and it made a lot of sense. But there are always projects that they may not have thought of, or maybe as a council, we believe, assuming there's staff to do it, that those should move forward this year as opposed to putting it off for next year. And I mean, I do have suggestions. I actually have a list. I went back and looked at the old CIP project list, and went through the CAP and the Complete Streets Master Plan, and there are priorities and projects in there that are not part of this budget. And so, unfortunately, and this is the downside for me of doing this at 10 p.m. when we're being asked to approve it, as opposed to having a rich discussion and the pros and cons and knowing if there's staff resources to support it. So for me, Mayor, we could go through each item. So for example, I'll just throw one idea out there that I know that I would be interested in moving to this fiscal year, and I looked at staff to see if there's a reason why it's not listed for this fiscal year. It's the downtown wireless project that's projected for fiscal year 24-25, and I'm curious why that wasn't slotted for this year. And if we could get an explanation, then I could go to other proposed projects, because I think it would be helpful to understand why some projects were selected for this year over others. And so I'll start with the downtown wireless project. And I don't know who to throw this to, Mr. England.
This is for Mr. Carnesecca, if he's
Okay.
if he's still on. He's listed on the attendee side. So.
Can you hear me?
We hear you faintly.
We got a little bit.
Does this work?
That's better.
Great. The reason for the downtown wireless being moved to 24-25 was due to staff resources and allocation of the downtown projects listed within the CIMP, sorry, still getting the acronym down, for all the downtown projects. And downtown wireless, when it did come to city council, was mentioned as a project that should be allocated, but within what the resources that we have for the upcoming fiscal year, it didn't feel realistic to happen this year.
And again, this is something that I think is more suited for a study session, but on the list of downtown, we do have lighting and other projects for downtown, which is great, but was it solely based on staff resources, why you would pick one project over another, Mr. Carnesecca?
I think additionally, the safety for potholes, lighting, the other downtown upgrades are upgrades that would more directly impact the safety of residents, business owners, and visitors to our downtown.
Okay.
So, and just to answer further on that, so the staff resources downtown are stretched a little thin, but we had a study session on how we wanted to phase out the downtown, and we had 3 phases, and at the end of that meeting we had 1 phase. So in the budget, we tried to look at things that we could do within that first phase. It could also happen this year. Downtown lighting is something we're set to get a solar light demonstration started on, so that's where we put our energy. Downtown Wi-Fi at the direction of the council is certainly something we could also work on throughout the year. We've had various contacts with companies, but we haven't had the time to vet the proposals received back yet.
Thanks, Mr. England. And then in last year's budget, we identified, and I see the chief is here, patrol vehicles, purchasing EV patrol vehicles and other non-law enforcement vehicles, but that's no longer in this year's budget. And I know at a previous council meeting, a colleague had asked about a vehicle master plan, or what, I can't remember what Councilmember Daly called it. And so I don't know if that's why we're no longer budgeting to purchase EV vehicles this coming year, if there's a need for a vehicle to be replaced.
So we don't, Councilmember Flagger, have a fleet plan yet. We did in this budget put transfer funding for fleet needs. and then we'll come forward as soon as we have a fleet plan as the vehicles are needed.
This new reserve, Mr. England, that you created for facility replacement, does that include, so for example, EV vehicles, as we established and we talked about the fleet plan, are not inexpensive? Do we have a budget set aside? So for example, next fiscal year, if we do have a fleet plan developed, do we have a plan how we would fund those electric vehicles? Like, I know they're expensive, so what I'm saying is we do need to have a plan in place, and I don't know if that would be part of a fleet plan, but are we thinking ahead, since that's a goal of council, to have EVs where possible?
So we do have funds in this budget. So if the need comes forward, we will come to council and fund the vehicles. We have funds in this budget. We haven't put forward specific vehicles in the budget because we haven't finished the fleet plan. As the fleet plan is done, if the top vehicles are EV for police department, then that will come back forward to council. We have some vehicles that I think AQMD no longer will let us drive, so my guess is the fleet plan is those will come forward first. But I just for clarity for council, we do have funds in the budget for fleet. We didn't break it out because we haven't completed the fleet plan yet.
And then the last question for now, Mayor, a comment to tie into one of my suggestions. Mr. Sandoval, over the years, we've had a specific allocation for the Safe Routes to School program that Marissa leads or used to lead. Where in the budget do we have that fund? I know we're funding different Safer Routes to School projects, but the actual program where we work with the schools, and I know we did a lot of that last year, where do I find that item?
That is in the Transportation Professional Services budget, which is the operations side, not the CIP side. So there we have 72,500, I believe, budgeted for per year for that program. We're in the middle of a 2-year contract with Alta for that.
Thank you.
Is that a different Alta than our housing Alta?
Yes.
Okay.
Alta Transportation and Planning.
Great, thank you. All right, any other questions on SIMP?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
In the plan, so it just slipped my mind, but I wanted to ask about that energizing station that was supposed to have. I know that we got a grant, but I didn't see the project listed in here. So can you help me, because it didn't fall under here. So I just wanted to make sure we had that clearly here, because most times it had like a identification project and a picture, and I didn't see that, so. Because I know that it came before us, and
Yes.
that's why I'm asking, because I
Yeah.
didn't see it.
That project, it's under the operating budget for sustainability.
So it's
That's why
under-
you don't see it in the CIP.
Oh, because I thought we were gonna build something as well.
It's gonna be design and the RFP went out, so it is in process, but it's part of the operating budget for sustainability.
That doesn't make sense to me, so.
Well, maybe a clarification around when something falls in operating versus capital improvement, there's time and there's money. Maybe you could answer the question just to clarify.
Yeah, initially we moved it back and forth, but ended up being an operating budget based on the funds. So the grant, is at revenue, and then it'll be transferred to cover for those expenses.
But we were building something out, and we had a site, possible site
It's-
designation.
So
That's a-
in this case, our role is operational design. We are accepting a grant. We're putting the energization station, as I believe we're calling it, in place. But how we view that is our role is operational and how it gets completed.
Okay, so the construction of that site, don't we have to have a budget for it?
We do. It's fully budgeted. It's in the budget. It's
Oh,
in-
in operation? That's
Yes.
weird for me. Okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
So I'm glad the mayor asked that clarifying question because, and Mr. Sandoval also gave me a similar answer with regards to the Safer Routes to School program funding. I guess if we're putting it, because similar to Councilmember Liang, and we've been on council for years, we look for certain things that used to be a certain place. And so if it's now being placed on the operating budget, and maybe that's where it should have been to begin with, so that's the right place for it. Can we get a breakdown then of the proposed programs that are part of that operating budget? Because then we would see it and say, oh, that's where it is now, versus thinking it's completely not funded.
So I think council just got lucky on a 2-for-2 on a 600-page budget on items that have changed. In general, we would put a line item forward for Safe Routes to Schools that had no project attached to it.
Right.
And it became funding that went to any number of things. So what you want to see is the design, the engineering, the planning of it in your operation, and then you'll see the Safe Routes to Schools come forward in specific streets projects, signage replacement projects, striping. So what we didn't want is to have a bucket of funds that didn't have specific projects attached to them. So anything that was in the CIP previously that wasn't a project, but it was more of a area or a designation, we didn't carry that forward because it became more difficult to manage.
And that makes a lot of sense to me. It's just that now it's not there, and it's reassuring knowing that it's not completely taken out. You just moved it to another place, and it's under the operating side.
Yes, and I would like to add that that item will come to council when the project is awarded, when it goes out to bid and then it gets awarded. Council will get to see, the award of the project.
Yes, if you have more questions,
I
let's
do.
finish that up.
So,
Yes.
it wouldn't be for, so going forward, what bothers me, or are we skipping something? Because I know as a council priority, part of our council priority was making sure that our public safety facilities was one of our top priorities. We're missing the opportunity to have that conversation, where we don't have any monies allocated for if we need further consulting regarding that. And I feel like we're missing steps here. And knowing that we need to better understand, because yes, we have reserves to take care of emergencies should they occur, but we're not addressing what we said we were going to do. And so we needed to have a bucket for that, and we don't, and we're not even having a discussion. So it bothers me about that. So I did want to bring that up, because we're missing something,
So on the public safety building, specifically Councilmember Liang, we have not received direction from council on a specific plan. There would be a number of plans that could be possible. We did put $1 million into a facility replacement fund. That can be used for any city facility. It can be used as depreciation building up, depending on how council wants to utilize it. The plan from staff to use it to fund buildings as they depreciate needs to be balanced with the buildings that are fully depreciated. And I agree with that, but we don't have enough direction at this point to put any plan for the police station in the budget.
but that's the one that's most fully depreciated. You do understand that. If we look at our facilities depreciate plan, and that's the one that's the worst building. So that means we don't even have enough money. We have that fund, which I'm glad we started. That building is our worst building in our city. Our fire department buildings call out that we need to improve that. But we've got a drop in the bucket for that. So then, yes, you're right, then we have to have a discussion, and we have to, we gotta not just keep putting it off. Thank you. Okay, and then the other thing I had to ask about was, because then earlier, I think you were saying that I want to make sure that when we create that facility fund, a question was asked regarding that fleet plan. I want to make sure other things don't come out of that facility fund, because it has to be truly on our facilities. So,
Yeah, I think the city has a lot of infrastructure needs.
right,
This budget goes a long way to starting to plan for those needs, both hard infrastructure as well as financial infrastructure. Council is able to give any direction in the budget that council would like. We feel this budget addresses the pressing financial issues that we have and starts to plan for the infrastructure issues that we have. We certainly don't have enough money to pay for a police building at this stage,
Right.
though.
I understand, but we have to have that discussion, because we have to have that discussion, because if we're going to address it, we're going to need the funds to at least go forward on that. So that's my whole needs to better understand where we're going with that, because we don't allocate any monies for when we need to move forward on that discussion.
Right. Again, our financial policy actually specific, talking about how the staff gonna able to allocate the funds. And the funds, when the $1 million example, we just move into allocate to the reserve fund balance. If we're ready to use, actually staff have to propose to the city council in an agreement with the city council and what project we're gonna use on. Same thing for the equipment replacement fund. We put $500,000 in, but that just gonna be into the fund balance. If we want to use any portion of this, we will bring to the city council, even for just $50,000, whatever, because it's in the fund balance. Per our financial policy, anything out of the fund balance, we will need to present to the city council for appropriation. Transfers in doesn't mean the appropriation. To use the funds is appropriation. So those are the differences. It's not like we transfer $500,000 in the equipment replacement funds, then it give the staff authorization to use $500,000, whatever we want. No, it's not that. It's not like that. So we have to bring to the city council on how we're gonna use part of or whole or part of that $500,000 or the $1 million facility reserve. So those are will again appear in front of the city council.
Great.
Part of our financial policy.
Okay, let me just add something and then I'll come to you, Vice Mayor. I want to say the subcommittee, the Public Safety Infrastructure Subcommittee has an action item potentially to come back to council. I don't believe it was ever the intention to fund a whole building out of general funds or any of these enterprise funds. That's not necessarily feasible. So you're right, the discussion hasn't happened yet, but the agenda item is in our lap, and then we will have to have some conversation around that. So it will happen. And Vice Mayor, you were going to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I'll just add on to it. If the council member wants to propose adding a capital improvement project to build a new police station, I think that's appropriate for you to do at tonight's meeting. But to allocate the funds to do so, I think, would mean that you are defunding every other CIMPP that we are discussing tonight, which I suspect is not your intention.
That wasn't my intention.
What the subcommittee have been trying to do was to identify a new source of funds that could be used so that a new police station, repairs to fire stations, other public safety improvements could be added onto the CIP plan. But lacking those funds, I think what staff has done, and they've done an admirable job doing it, is identifying the other things that we want to accomplish as a council in terms of CIPs and budget for those. That does not preclude us from looking for additional sources of funding to be able to add, whether it's a police station or whether it's improvements to the street, I mean, whatever improvements we want to do, if we can find additional funding for it, I'm sure that staff would be overjoyed to have the problem of figuring out how to allocate additional funds for additional projects.
So can I respond? So my goal wasn't to add it as a CIP project. My goal was to appropriately plan for it. In order to appropriately plan for it, we have to have funds to either seed it, match grants, or to also pay for consultants in going forward on that. And I think that was my concern, is we haven't allocated funds in that area. You know, we even, if we're gonna have that discussion of geo bonds or anything, we have to look at what our reserves are.
Okay,
And if we're gonna spend everything, I understand, but this accusation of me trying to put it on as a CIP and not, and, okay, but then I'm just doing my job and doing my due diligence and asking the questions and making sure. Okay, I just didn't like the tone that was directed towards me. So, you know, when you guys get offended, you say something. So I'm offended, I get to say something too. And that's the same thing. So I'm just making sure that we address the concerns that we need to regarding our facilities, and that was my direction. So thank you.
And we will talk about it, which is the first step.
Yes.
We will.
Thank
so,
you.
but fair to bring it up, and we have taken that action item. So,
you know, when we talk about facility infrastructure, and we have to address our facilities, and I have to identify which ones are aging, and
yes.
we need to look at how we're going to move forward on that.
So, did you have any further questions?
It's okay, I do, but that's okay.
Okay, so unless we have any further questions on the SIMP?
Are we still doing questions or comments? Do we do public comment? I've lost track of
Yeah,
tonight's
we did public comment on all this. I mean, we're just trying to wrap up the SIMP, and everyone's making, it's discussion really rather than questions, but it's both.
Yes, and that's what happens.
It's
with
devolved,
budgets.
yes.
It's
I mean, they're linked.
Yes.
So, are there any other last comments? Councilmember Flagger.
So as I said, Mayor, I actually went through last year's budget and looked at different plans and different projects that weren't included in this fiscal year, and I have a long list, but there are 3 that I will propose to see if there's support for swapping out one thing with another. I will save the others. Again, I hope next year looks a little bit different, but so the 3 that I'm going to propose are, right now we have, and to Mr. Karnasek's explanation about staffing, we have $100,000 budgeted for downtown lighting over the next 3 years. For the downtown wireless, it's $100,000 budgeted for next fiscal year. I have heard more complaints from residents about no connectivity downtown compared to complaints about lighting downtown. And so my proposal would be that we push out the lighting project unless Mr. Karnaseka tells me that's a big no-no. But my proposal would be to push out the downtown lighting to start FY24, so that for this fiscal year we can use that $100,000 for the downtown wireless. So that's one suggested change. Do you want me to go through all 3, Mayor, or one at a time?
I would like to just take one at a time to see if you have support, so we know whether to include it or not. I personally have mixed feelings. I think, although you can argue both are safety factors, because if you can't make a call, then that's clear safety. But I think the lighting to me is a bigger safety issue. Colleagues.
I prioritize lighting, and that's consistent with the discussions that I've had with both residents and merchants as well.
Vice Mayor?
I agree with Pete, and that's the same that I've heard from merchants and residents. That being said, I'm more than okay with giving direction to staff, but they absolutely want it to come back next year. And I'm okay with, not next, where it's already planned, but I know that some of our sister cities have installed wireless, and it doesn't function as well as perhaps it could have. So maybe not that staff would need this direction, but just to be sure that we want staff to do everything that they possibly can to double check, triple check to make sure that we're getting, when wireless is installed, we've taken the time to really vet all the options and to get the one that would be most appropriate. I think it's more important to do that planning than to end up with a system that isn't serving some of the cities that have already installed it.
Councilmember Liang?
I did want to comment on that because in South Los Altos, you have a business that took the steps to work with a wireless company to have wireless. And we want to make sure that our downtown property owners are aware that they could do that for downtown as well. And so to me, the lighting and the public safety is more important. I've heard from people who have had incidents where they've fallen because of the poor lighting, so the lighting's more important to me. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't think you have support for that, but we've, the points that the Vice Mayor had about the wireless, I think, tie into your. Okay, next one? Yeah.
And so with that, Mayor, yes, there's no support for the wireless. It's interesting because I've heard more about no connectivity compared to the lighting. But I do agree with the Vice Mayor, so I don't know if this is something that staff needs any more direction on. But I agree if we're budgeting it for next year, whatever we need to put in place to make it successful for the coming year, I would support that. The next suggestion is to replace, so instead of the basketball court at Grant Park, I appreciated and I heard from other South Los Altos residents as well about a generator at Grant Park. And so I don't know if there's support to support, the funding is not equivalent.
Do I have to recuse myself?
Oh, that's true. You may have to, let me put that on hold then. You would.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah, why don't you
I'll put that
go
one
through
on
your
hold.
other ones.
So there's just
Yes.
one more suggestion on
okay.
swapping something out.
Yeah.
It's the Mackenzie Dog Park improvement. Based on Mr. Hernandez's response that the budget is really assuming if the pilot gets approved. I would prefer to see that current allocation be spent on another playground, as we heard from residents, and as a park commission, I know there are many playgrounds that could use immediate improvement as opposed to allocating funds for a dog park that may or may not happen depending if the pilot's approved. And so the proposal would be to put the funding right now that we have for Mackenzie Dog Park that is allocated for the permanent dog park towards another playground, and I would look to Mr. Hernandez to say which playground is next on his list of safety concerns, assuming there's support to make this switch. But there's no immediate need for the permanent funding being allocated right now.
Do you want to hear from me?
I'm open to considering that, colleagues. Councilmember Daley.
The reason that we aren't doing more playgrounds doesn't have anything to do with funding not being available. We have ample funds we have ample money in the Park and Lieu Fund. The explanation that we got was more about staff bandwidth and the ability to retrofit an appropriate number of playgrounds that we can accomplish in a reasonable period of time and then move forward to add additional playgrounds. If it was a funding issue, we could appropriate more funds from the Park and Lieu Fund. So I don't think we need to swap it. Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
I would look to Director Hernandez and I'm curious what your comments are in response to the council member's idea. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. It's my understanding that you believe it's in the city's interest to prioritize the dog parks, I think for the reasons that Pete articulated, but I'm curious to hear what your position is.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, Councilmember Daley actually explained about the budgetary concerns. I don't believe that it's necessary to swap it out. In fact, swapping it out would actually delay any kind of approval to go beyond the pilot program at McKinsey even further, because if you swap it out, then we'd have to come back. But really, what we could do is I could look into the next playground that's up, and I'll just bring that back as a separate item to fund from the Park and Lieu funds in the immediate year, if that's what council wishes to do. And I will put that on the books, and then that will slow down the process, because that's another park we have to, or another playground we have to design, and another contract that we have to get into because of the process we're doing. We're trying to vary our playgrounds so they're a little more exciting for the children. But with that, other than that, we can probably get that done next year. It'll slow down the process of the overall playgrounds. But yeah, I could just bring that request back for funding if you'd like to do that instead, rather than defunding or not moving forward with the allocation of funds for McKinsey, if you'd wish.
It's kind of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, though. If we slow down all the other playgrounds overall, I don't know that we're actually accomplishing what we want to accomplish. Councilmember Liang.
I would not be in support of taking the funds away from McKinsey. I think it once again sends a message to our residents in another part of the city. And once again, we're prioritizing everything for North Los Altos, and we have to be fair. We talked about, or it was my concern, was how we move forward on projects and making sure that we get the best bang for our dollar. And working with our consultants on these dog parks at this time would be the best thing. So I think it would be more efficient to stick with the plan we have regarding the dog park.
Thank you, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarifying 2 points on McKenzie. So the funding, because I think we're talking about immediate use of the funds versus if we approve the permanent McKenzie Park, right? Part of the fund that has been allocated would be used if council approves the permanent dog park. Is that correct?
That's correct, once the evaluations are done.
And what's the timeline for that? Because my proposal is to use those funds, and this, I'm assuming we'll need staff resources for a permanent McKenzie Park. So it would be to allocate the funds we're currently putting in the budget starting July 1st, 2023, and we're not there where we're approving a permanent dog park yet, towards something else that Park and Lieu funds could be used toward.
Yes, absolutely. You're talking about the funds that we've already allocated for McKinsey. Yeah, we can do it that way too. I mean, I will come back twice now, it's my understanding, for the hearing to swap out those funds. And then I will come back again if and when McKinsey Dog Park is approved for pilot.
Just for clarity, so we wouldn't, we would remove McKenzie Park from, we wouldn't swap the funds there because they're PIL. We would hold a additional public hearing, and we would put an additional playground for council to consider and approve that. So it wouldn't, we would come back one time and we would not move forward with McKenzie based on council direction.
And so 2 things there, Mr. England, thank you for that. So 2 things, again, I can't underscore why, because right now we're saying another public hearing, which none of us want to hear, and it's like, oh, we're gonna have to do another public hearing. So a study session would have been better for this kind of discussion. But I agree with you. It would be taking McKenzie off completely. There's no support, I just wanted to understand if the allocation was exactly what I thought, which is part of it is for a permanent park that we don't know if we're going to approve yet. And so it will sit there, where I would think, instead of just having the funds sit there in the event we approve a permanent dog park, that we use those funds for something that's more immediate. But there's no support for it, but I just wanted to say study sessions, so we don't have this public hearing bearing down on us.
Okay, so neither of those changes. Now, do we, if we're going to your third item,
clarify that last thing. So make sure that we're all on the understanding. We are not taking that McKenzie funds out, right?
Correct.
Okay, correct.
So if we want to discuss your last number 3, then Councilmember Liang needs to remove, or
I'll throw it out. So if you do need to recuse. And I did whittle down my list.
Oh, Aida's got it. We'll come get you.
Okay, let's see if I'm 0 for 3. So on the basketball court, because I had the same concerns that the vice mayor had, I think he asked the questions in the Q&A. The generator, and I know it's not equivalent amounts, but I could support doing the generator. We just went through storms. I know Altos was equally impacted. A lot of the residents there would have liked a central location that had a generator, so I could support funding a generator. And just so as not to increase funds, I could swap it out with the basketball court and maybe have the basketball court on next year's budget. I looked through and tried to figure out which of the different items we could potentially swap out for the generator. I landed on the basketball court. I am not tied to the basketball court. It was just the one that I thought maybe we could put off till next year. But I do think, putting the basketball court aside, I have heard from residents, and I know it's important, especially because we're moving forward with a generator at Lacey, we're moving forward with a generator at the community center. I would support having a generator funded, and I know it's a little bit more expensive, but having a generator for the Grant Park facility.
So I have a question for staff, because it's not just about a generator, it's about what staff resource and things it takes to have a second center,
So
whether it's a cooling center, whether it's a charging center, whether it's a whatever. So, I mean, that's not just a matter of a generator, I assume.
Thank you, Mayor. So our line of thinking is we support putting a generator there. The reason it's not included in the budget this year is we are currently going through the electrical upgrade, and we need to make sure once we get through that how the specifications of the generator that we need and that can be handled and what will be powered. So that's why it's not included this year. We do think a generator there is a very good idea, both in times of emergency, but also as a cooling center. I think right now we plan to bring it back next year, assuming the electrical upgrade shows that it can be handled.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So we're
Just so I'm clear, it's not prudent to move forward with installing a generator until the electrical upgrades are done first.
I think we need to complete the electrical upgrades, which we anticipate having a contract signed in the next 2 to 3 months, and then we can start work.
Okay.
So it's at the council's pleasure on the installation. If we wanted to plan for that as part of the electrical upgrade and bring that back, we would be happy to.
Well, I mean, what about that? If this is going to start in the next 2 to 3 months, how long before it's finished? And is that enough time to then put a generator in within the next fiscal year?
That's why we didn't include in the budget, because once that's done, then we start with the HVAC. So it's a long process to determine. We didn't think we could get it in this year, but we could plan for it if that was council's direction.
go ahead, Councilmember Daly.
I think you can put the generator in and do the electrical at the same time and actually get an economy of scope with what you're doing. I don't think that waiting to do the electrical and then do the HVAC is going to tell you anything that you can't already figure out about what size generator that you need and how to do the wiring. And when you put in the new electrical panel and do all that work, putting in the cutover switch for the generator and preparing for that it's all part of the same thing. I just did it on a smaller scale. You can do it at the same time, in my opinion.
As we said, we'd be happy to plan for that as part of the electrical upgrade.
But I'm sorry, Mayor. So clarity on that, and I appreciate Councilmember Daly's point. So does it then need to be in this fiscal year budget? based on what Councilmember Daly just said, once you're finished with the electrical upgrade, then you would need to fund the generator? Or are you saying that based on what needs to happen, it's going to span the entire year, and so the earliest we could really install a generator is next fiscal year?
The likelihood would be next fiscal year, because even ordering a generator that size is more than a year away right now. But we could, if council wanted to plan for it, we can carry those funds forward if it's part of the plan.
Can we just, I mean, doesn't it make, it sounds to me like it makes the most sense to put it in the budget for next year.
That's what we thought, Mayor, yes.
Okay, I don't actually see that in the budget for next year, so adding that line item showing that in 24-25, that would be good, and then I think we're all good, and I wasn't willing to not fix the basketball court, which had clear issues around it. So are we good? Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Totally agree on the basketball court. It's essential, and it's a safety issue, and it's something we should have done a while ago. As far as the generator is concerned, yes, we can, budget for it next year, give guidance so that the electrical work that is done now anticipates that generator, and that it's in the budget, and that should be fine.
Vice Mayor, are you good with all that?
Yes.
Okay, let's retrieve Councilmember Liang.
You shall come back.
And then I think we can have you make the last motion. Yes. All right. Okay, so the Vice Mayor is ready to make a motion for us on the SIMP.
Well, what decided? Do we have
Next year,
anything new?
No, not for this year, no.
Okay.
We'll tell you.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos adopting the FY 2023-28 5-year Capital Improvement and Major Maintenance Program, SIMP.
And I second that.
Councilmember Daly.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Finance Commission.
First budget.
Yeah,
Before midnight.
Yeah, we still have now the only thing, and let me check with my agenda 2. I'm willing to power through it rather than taking a break. Okay. All right. So agenda item number 2. Do we have I have to remember what that is. Do we have a staff report? Oh, it's bike lane. So, Councilmember Liang, tell us about your questions.
And I pulled it because I just had some questions, and I pulled it because we didn't have much of a public process on this. We might have had the Complete Streets Master Plan come up for a public process, but this project itself has not. So I do have some questions on this item. And so if you can, Director Sandoval, help me understand, because I saw the pictures on this agenda item, and it wasn't clear to me on when we have emergency vehicles and they have to pull us, when people have to pull aside, those vertical items that would be sticking up, would that impede people pulling over the sides, or what happens? I want to better understand that.
Thank you. I also have Marisa Lee on the meeting for any backup. But to answer your question, we're going to go through a whole design phase where we get community feedback and take in comments just like that, so that our vertical elements can accommodate emergency vehicles if necessary, if the proposed design doesn't have enough space within the vehicle lanes to accommodate emergencies.
And I appreciate you saying that, and I'm glad we're going to be going through a more broader public process on this. So can you help me understand, because as well, the other question I had is, we're saying that we're recommending this based on it was in the Complete Streets Master Plan. In the Complete Streets Master Plan, it identified from Almond to El Camino. And now we're saying it's from Foothill to El Camino. Has that changed? And that's the reason why I feel that we need to do a more proper outreach. So in that time, when we conduct the outreach, you're going to explain more about that as well? Because the report says on how we're adhering to what was the recommendation, but then if we look at page 95, that wasn't the recommendation. So help me understand that.
I didn't catch that last part about page 95.
95 of the Complete Streets Master Plan.
About whether it goes from El Camino to Foothill versus El Camino to Almond.
Yeah, because if we're stating something, and we're stating that we're going to put forth the recommendation as stated in our Complete Streets Master Plan, and then this design now is something different. I think the outreach conducted when we did the Complete Streets Master Plan is different, because people have a different understanding, and so now we're changing the project. So I just want to make sure that when we do our outreach, it's within our compliance of how we conduct our process, and doing it within how we normally do it in the past.
I'm going to invite Marisa Lee, our transportation manager, to weigh in on your concern about how much of San Antonio Road is addressed in the Complete Streets Master Plan versus what's in the grant proposal. Marisa?
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Should I turn on my video? Will that pop me up on the main screen?
Okay.
Only if you want to. Oh, there you are.
Hi everyone, I can see myself. Nice to see you all. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Thanks for your questions on this project. So regarding the Complete Streets Master Plan, that is a good question. I know that in the process of the Complete Streets Master Plan, there was some discussion of some of the facilities that are existing in the city, and some of the sidewalk facilities were classified based on the previous bike plan. Some of those sidewalk facilities in a couple of areas were classified as existing class 1 multi-use paths, which when we took a look at that on the staff side was not really accurate to what's existing. And so I think that that was the case along San Antonio. And also circling back to what Jim said in his response to the previous question, all of this specific programming would get addressed in the design and public outreach phase. As we know, and we talked about with the Complete Streets Master Plan outreach and study session process, the CSMP is intended to be kind of a really high level wish list of items. And as we were going through that process, we were, kind of mentioning to council and the commission and public the whole time that when these projects were up for design, we would take a closer look at them. We would hire a professional to design them. We would hire a professional to probably help us with our public outreach. And we would do a thorough public outreach planning effort. So all of that would be handled in that process.
Okay, and when we make sure we do the outreach, we're going to have clear diagrams, time frame, and a scope of work, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then can we be sure that we have this available on the Complete Streets Commission website, as well as perhaps a separate website page, you know, just like how we did the sewers FAQ to answer questions and stuff like that? So I'm here to support this, but I want to make sure that going forward, we have directions in capturing the outreach that's going to be done. And I think that if we're going to approve a $9 million project, we have to do adequate and proper outreach. And that was my concern, and that is why I pulled it. Thank you, Mayor.
And have your concerns been answered?
They will be if I can provide
Microphone,
direction.
microphone, yep. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the hour is late, but I am going to ask my colleagues to indulge me. And there are a couple of comments I want to make, and I have some questions as well. The first comment I want to make is this is quite possibly the most exciting agenda item that I've seen come before the council. And not just because I'm a Complete Streets wonkish guy, but because this council passed the Complete Streets Master Plan, and in doing so, we adopted that as a policy. We directed staff to work harder to try to get grants. We were afraid that the city was leaving money on the table. I mean, those were two huge directions of policy that the council gave, and this agenda item is proof that staff heard the direction and the policy from council and is enacting it. And it increases my faith in staff, and I think it portends a lot of very good opportunities that are going to come before the city in the next several years. I understand that this is a controversial plan to some people, and I understand why. And there's obviously an awful lot that has to happen to get from here to there, assuming the council wants to move forward. I would say to my colleagues and to the public at large that what staff has done in bringing this project forward is to comply with the direction of council. And for those in the public who are not happy with the plan, do not think that it is a wise decision, please be gentle in your conversations and dealings with staff, because this project really is the culmination of council's direction. And the question of whether or not it's wise and we should go forward with it ultimately rests with the council and not with staff. So that being said, there are a few general questions that I want to ask based on the concept lines that were circulated earlier today. Let me start with sheet number 4, which was actually the 9th page of the PDF. This is the intersection with North San Antonio and Foothill. The concept lines kind of give up at this intersection, and I think I understand why. I mean, this is a very busy, awkward intersection. But I'm just curious, has staff given any thought to how you're trying to direct, or do you even want to direct traffic that's coming southbound on North San Antonio to somehow merge on the Foothill Expressway?
I can go ahead and answer that one. So as you know, I was in consulting prior to joining the city, and I personally did a lot of concept designs for grant applications similar to this one. And the purpose of the grant application concept drawing is really just to show a very high level. I think considering it a 5 or 10% design is pretty accurate. And it's really just to show a high level idea of what we are having in mind, and kind of similar to the previous responses, all of that would be worked out in detail in the design phase when we reached 100% design for construction documents. And I think another thing to keep in mind would just be coordinating with the county on how they want to move forward in the future with, the designation versus delineation. aspect to the expressway that we've talked about in the past.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense, and I think I'm not going to ask my second question because the answer will be the same. The last question I want to ask has to do with cyclists who are traveling along North San Antonio on Class 4 bike lanes. There are a lot of intersections that don't go all the way through. So if someone is riding a bike in a Class 4 bike lane and they want to make a left onto a street where there's no slip lane or availability to cross, are they just going to have to figure out a way, an alternate path, or are you envisioning cuts in the in whatever the vertical element is so they can make a left turn? So for example, if someone is traveling southbound on North San Antonio and they want to make a left onto Arbuela, would they be able to do that?
Yes, they would. So all of those vertical elements and buffers would break at every intersection. And as part of the design phase, ideally, best practice is to really facilitate and delineate all of the turning movements, especially the common ones, all the ones that are safe routes to school or all the ones that lead to a major attraction. And that could be done in a variety of different ways.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to point out, this is where, we have some information they shared with us, but we're not reviewing it now. It's at like 10%, so, okay. Councilmember Fliger, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just really wanted to take the opportunity to publicly thank Ms. Lee, Mr. Sandoval, the Complete Streets Commission, on the great work here. As the Vice Mayor said, this is an example we should hold up, because all members of the team worked well together. We were marching in the same direction where council gave the policy direction, and staff took that direction and worked with the Complete Streets Commission. And Miss Lee wrote an amazing grant application that got us to this point. So kudos, big thank you. We look forward to the next phase, but I really wanted to...
Metropolitan Transportation Commission and committing any necessary matching funds and stating assurance to complete the project.
Second.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. I think we need a whereas to the resolution, where we can add a whereas that states the city will conduct a broad public process which will allow for the public input and project modification if needed. Because
It's fine with me. Does staff have any concerns?
I think that we're at grant acceptance at this point, so I don't know if I would modify it at this point, though I will say we are going through a very thorough public process, and that is one of the things of many that Complete Streets excels at. This is where the public forum will be.
Thank you. So based on that, I'll reject the friendly amendment.
If I may add as well, we'll be coming back to you with a contract for design services, and that contract will include a whole section on public outreach.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had it in there because it would have assured me, because what's important is to have the schedule, to make sure we communicate with us.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, but when you have a motion, you can still make a comment.
Discuss it.
And so I would just appreciate that, because we have to be clear, like what happened with St. Joseph.
Well, this is, let me just interrupt, because we do have a motion on the table. This is not our resolution. We are the applicant here. It defines us, whereas the city of Los Altos, herein referred to as applicant, this is us giving assurances to MTC. So it's nothing about our internal process designing this, and it will come back to us, and but this is to MTC from us saying that we are committing to the project. So that doesn't really fit in here. So we have a motion on the table. the friendly amendment wasn't accepted. City Clerk, would you take the roll,
Do
please?
we have a second?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we had a second, yeah.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes, I love an 80% off sale.
Motion carries.
In fact, you usually get me at 25%, so. All right, so thank you, colleagues. Let's informational items we don't need to discuss. The tentative council calendar is there, along with our housing element to do items. Council and staff reports. I'll start off, and my colleagues. I know some of you are aware that the Board of Supervisors accepted in Monday's budget workshop to fund $1 million for CHAC funding next fiscal year, and the final budget meeting is on June 15th, so just coming up. So that looks like that funding will go through to help CHAC through their transitions this year. So would any of my colleagues like to share any either reports or future agenda items? Vice Mayor.
Just as a report or as an announcement, the Juneteenth flag will be we're going to rise the Juneteenth flag, raise the Juneteenth flag on at 7:30 in the morning on Thursday, June 15th. There's no special ceremony, but come one, come all, I think it'll be a very nice event. In terms of future agenda items, Mr. City Manager, did PG&E ever get back to you? And if they haven't, has that held up the city's AAR?
They have responded now formally. It did hold up the response. It will be on the next agenda for council under information items.
Okay, so that takes care of that then. And then my last future agenda item would be, now that we have modified the norms, do we need to have a formal process to set aside the open government policy? Because at this point, I think it's just a shell that's living on the website, isn't it?
No, we already.
No, we did the committee.
Let us respond back to that, Vice Mayor.
A good point.
No, I have nothing for that.
Okay, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two items. One of the items Mr. England and I had as a proposed item for this coming fiscal year budget that I didn't raise with my colleagues was the cafe at the community center. Oh, maybe I would have gotten support for that one. Any updates on it, Mr. England? Because I will tell you, I've been to so many meetings and events there, and I've done office hours there where there are these big groups playing bocce, and I know they would love a cafe right there.
So the last update I have was in May, and it was Parks and Recreation is working to update the RFP so it can move forward with potentially selecting a vendor.
So there's money in our budget to fund and open a cafe this year?
The hopes would be with an RFP that it would be a private private
that still
enterprise.
requires setting up the infrastructure. It's just an open closet right now.
Well, I think it depends how the RFPs come back. So it may or may not be a private enterprise. If it's not, and council wants to provide funds for that as part of the RFP process, we could certainly include that.
You'll come back to us?
Well, it looks like the RFP is not quite updated, but we would come back, yes.
Because I'd love for it, this is not a vote or anything, but I think it would be good to have the cafe sooner rather than later.
No, can I add on to that? I would like to have it as a discussion item, and I think it would be good because like in Mitchell Park, they have a program in which you have children of special needs. Yes. So
I know,
if we could have a discussion, I would like to discuss that further, and we could consider programs like that.
So I'll
And
switch it to
provide
a
for-
future agenda item request, Mayor.
Thank
I
you.
think I have a second. I think we need a
Yes, I
third
second
staff
that.
report. Okay. And then the last thing, Mayor, my only
We
other.
don't need a staff report for that, do we?
I
Oh, do
think
we
we
need a
do.
staff report?
I think.
Well, he's bringing forward the RFP.
I think we had a third, but just for the future
Okay,
agenda,
okay.
who was the third?
Jonathan.
I was the second.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And then Mr. England, no surprise, and I see Mr. Zorns has left us. I've received many questions on the housing element update. And so if you could give us an update on where we are, if you know, are we just waiting? I think members of the public would appreciate that.
So we had an update last week. They said many of the elements that we submitted with the second draft they would accept. They said there are a few items they want to talk with us about. They did not define those items. Where we're at currently is, I believe there's still 3 weeks left in how long HCD has to review it before they have to respond to us. So we should be hearing soon, but we anticipate having meetings prior to the letter being sent to the city. So we may have a more firm update by the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Liang?
I attended the VGA candlelighting to honor those we lost from the Guadalupe tragedy. Congresswoman Eshoo 16th congressional held a 16th congressional district military academy appointee reception, and I would like to highlight and recognize Joshua Bune as well, who will be attending the Naval Academy, and Rohan Kumar, who will be attending West Point. And I would like to extend congratulations to both of those individuals who are Los Altos residents. So my future agenda items, we heard tonight about the site regarding the distal site. I think we should have a discussion about how we could possibly consider how we would move forward on utilizing park and loop funds to acquire park sites. So we should have the discussions, and if that distal site is a potential site for consideration, we should talk about it. But we should have the conversation. We should not let opportunities pass us. So I would like to request that we have a discussion item on that.
City manager, I think you might have some conversations updating before we take that, because you have more information than we do.
Yeah, so Mayor, I would say if it's a general policy discussion, I think that's okay. If it's about a specific piece of property or this specific piece of property, I would ask the city attorney to send an attorney-client memo to council.
Okay, but we can have a general discussion, and if that one site comes up for discussion as well, you'll update us. So I think it's important for us to have that general discussion.
If I may.
Yes,
Councilmember Liang, I think it has already been established, it's a standing policy of our council that we want a North Los Altos Park. And so I imagine that staff, and I know many residents are proactive in looking for that. So I'm not sure what a non-specific policy discussion would look like if we're not allowed for legal reasons to discuss any specific parcel. Like, I'm not sure what it would cover, because I think it's very clear to staff that we would love to acquire a North Los Altos Park.
Well, it is important, because if we need to provide direction that if something like that came up, that specific site, and we given the opportunity for them to act, we should have provided, we needed a policy, right? Or I think what Director Hernandez said was we didn't have clear guidance or clear direction, and we never had that discussion. And that's the reason why I'm bringing it up tonight, is because, yes, we never had that discussion. So once again, if we're not going to have that discussion, then opportunities will pass us by.
I think the council has been ready and poised.
Yeah, I can send out an update to everybody because there wasn't really an opportunity for the city to purchase that property the way it ended up with the new buyers. So
Yeah,
we
so,
can explain
yeah.
all of that in a
So why don't you send the memo, and because we don't, yes, exactly. All right, any
Okay.
other future agenda items
See,
or?
people have privy information and I did not. So the other thing was, my other future agenda item request is to have a discussion and revisit our nonprofit contribution policy. I think we just went through a process about giving out grants, and I think we need to better have a discussion on that and have a better policy on how we do that. And I think now's the time to do it because we have we just went through the process. And I think it's important to have that, revisit that.
I guess I'm not clear on what aspect. I thought it was actually somewhat effective. I agree it's still, well, actually I thought it was very effective. I'll speak more strongly. I'm not trying to get into the subject matter here. If you're suggesting that we need criteria against
Well, maybe
what organizations may be held against, that we
No.
still didn't have.
No.
But, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I said I wasn't going to do it, and then I did anyway.
Isn't that policy
Yes.
new anyway? Wasn't
Yes.
this the first time that
This
we
was the
actually went
first.
through the new policy?
Yes.
And we modified it when we saw that there was a problem.
So I guess then if we can have the discussion, we could even consider sending it to our financial commission and have them.
All right. So let's see if you have any other support. I thought actually it was. So I'm not
I'm open to
sensing.
coming back to it in the future, but I think we need to sort of see how, when those grantees come back and show us what they did with the money and fulfillment of the policy that was changed just a few months ago, then I think we'll be better equipped to understand whether or not the policy is effective, and we need to give it some time to have that perspective.
Okay, I support that. So I think seeing next year you might want to bring it up again, because I'm not sensing support here because we're just not.
When is our tree canopy coming back to us for discussion? You guys were going to report to us.
I believe that is still with the Environmental Commission. As soon as we have a recommendation from them, we'll bring it to council.
So if none of my colleagues have any more future agenda items or updates, staff? Do you want me to adjourn this on your birthday or before?
2 more minutes.
40 seconds by my watch.
Well, by the time we get back there, we can hit the other cake.
The shorter the meeting, the better your record.
All right. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right. Happy birthday, City Clerk. Your last 2 minutes.